Our typical 8-year-old. Show us your teeth. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Is that tooth decay?
No.
Oh, yes. Look, inside, a weak spot. We can all get them. Tooth decay inside that can become a cavity outside. But it doesn't have to, so cheer up. Because Crest with Fluorostat can help. Look, Fluorostat penetrates tooth enamel, concentrates its power on weak spots to help reverse the tooth decay process and repair the damage you can't even see.
Oh, so that's one less cavity for me?
Right, because Crest helps reverse tooth decay even after it started. Crest is recognized by the Canadian Dental Association.
Ways to prevent crime and vandalism this Monday on First Edition.
Give me a bit of satisfaction. I want to taste that satisfied. Give me a lot of taste reaction. You got Pepsi satisfied. No one else tastes any better. No other drink will satisfy for Diet Pepsi's new taste. Diet Pepsi's improved taste. The one that satisfies. Diet Pepsi's new taste sensation. Diet Pepsi satisfies.
Soon, Canadian athletes will be gathering in Calgary for the Winter Olympics. Maybe you will join them. With Visa, you could win trips and tickets to the Calgary 1988 Olympic Winter Games, plus hundreds of other valuable prizes. Contest details and prize descriptions of participating Visa financial institutions. And every time you enter the contest, Visa will make a donation to the Canadian Olympic team. So with Visa, you could be an Olympic winner too. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Monday through Friday, be watching for our late night lineup starting at 10 p.m. with the 1-hour National Journal with Knowlton Nash. He'll be starting off the hour with fast-breaking news from Canada and around the world. Then the Journal will go in-depth with features, reports, and interviews via satellite. At 11 o'clock, the CKNX News team will recap the major national and world news and bring you up to date on all the local happenings. Inside at 11, we'll present 30 minutes of news, weather, and sports information. Inside at 11, your complete look at Western Ontario. Then at 11:30, get set for laughter with those crazy medics from MASH.
Klinger, X-rays on Brophy.
Coming. I can give you this in 8x10 wallet size or on matchbook covers.
You certainly move fast, Klinger.
Watch for Channel 8's late night lineup on your informative news station, CKNX TV, Channel 8.
As most of you know, I'm no spring chicken, but one of the tricks I use to stay young at heart is coming up with new ideas, like this one, new Quaker corn bran. Now you may say corn's not new, and bran's not new, so what's that Quaker man talking about? Well, believe it or not, there's never been a breakfast cereal that combines the great taste of corn with the goodness of corn bran. New Quaker corn bran, a corn and oat cereal with the bran of corn, a new taste from an old faith.
What is a dangling modifier? It means it's dangling. It's almost there, but at any second it could fall off. Bishop, I'm not ready. Seems like we've been friends forever. Yada, you always do that to me. Always there, rooting for each other. Yada, come on and celebrate good times, great taste with the best friend at our place. Good times, great taste, McDonald's.
Almost every school had one. The one child who stayed in each grade longer than the rest, who grew older in public school while the others went on. The educational system is continually striving to recognize and accommodate learning situations which could not have been met in the past. Children with learning disabilities, handicapped children, have a real chance to learn without being made to feel different. Presented by the Federation of Women Teachers Associations of Ontario.
9:26. She was real mad. Someone had taken her Sugar Crisp cereal, and she wanted it back real bad. 10:14. The cupboard was bare, but the clue was there, so he hit that Sugar Crisp trail. Got the feeling it was an inside job. 10:30. Case closed. Tommy couldn't resist my crisp and yummy Sugar Crisp. 10:43. Check my feet. Sugar Crisp. crisp honey puffs of wheat.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay. Next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Good morning, people. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Oh man, happy the rest of the happy rest of Mr. Grabassy Higgins Day. Mr. Brian No Game Higgins. Oh my goodness. So listen, folks. I wanted to start this off just a couple minutes early. Because I'm going to address something and I'm going to address it once. Okay. And I'm going to address it as plainly and briefly as I can. So I understand that there is some recent drama going on within the free Karen Reed community. And I have no part of that shit. Just to be very clear, I have no fucking part of that shit. B, you know, it's really bad luck, if I'm being totally honest. It's really showing that we're losing focus on what matters. And what matters is that there is an innocent woman on trial for her life when she shouldn't be. Plain and simple. She simply shouldn't be. And that person, no matter who she is, I don't know Karen Reed personally. I don't know anything about her. I know the facts of this case. I'm aware of who helped make us all aware of the facts of this case. Not gonna ever take away from that, no matter what happens. And I'm aware of everyone who has done their part to help Karen in whatever way their abilities were utilized to do so. And I'm on the side of justice here. And when I say I'm on the side of justice, I want to be very, very clear. I still stand by the fact that if by some miracle, which I don't think will happen, it would have happened already, but let's just say by some fucking miracle, 900 trillion to 1 chance that Lolly drops a bombshell and proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty of this, which I don't think is going to happen again. I'm going to face that. I'm going to go, okay. And then I'm going to eat the big fat dick and go, shit, I guess I was wrong. I am absolutely on the side of justice. I want answers. I want the truth. Plain and simple, period. That's all I'm interested in. That's all this channel is interested in. And that has always been the case. That is still the case. That's not going to change being the case. I am absolutely grateful to everyone who I have built a camaraderie with here. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. When I say that this is my favorite community that I've ever been involved in, it very much is. And it still is. That has not changed. I want to be very clear about that. That has not changed. My opinion of anyone has not changed. Nobody. My opinion of anybody has not changed. And so whatever's going on, that's fine. Keep it the fuck out of my chat. Okay? Keep it the fuck out of my chat. That's all I'm saying. Not saying for you to feel one way or feel another. That's none of my business. I am here simply to inform and entertain. That's it. That's it. I'm here to speculate out loud. Um, and and I'm going to do so based on the facts that are made available to me. Not rumors, nothing else. So if anyone, and this goes for anyone, and I mean anyone, if anyone tries to pull any fucking henhouse, either you're with me or against me bullshit, ask somebody, because that makes me automatically against you. Fuck off. Kiss my ass. There's the door. Piss off. I'm not interested. I don't need that shit. This is the Glare-verse. Okay. This isn't the anyone else verse. This isn't even the Karen Reed verse. Okay. As much as I feel bad for Karen Reed for everything that she's going through, she still has 150% my support. Absolutely. Because what's happening to her is absolutely wrong. Based on everything that I know, I believe everything that's happening to her is absolutely wrong. And I stand by that. And I'm going to continue until there's some sort of overwhelming evidence that proves otherwise, that I should feel differently. So it's just that simple. I am grateful to every single one of you for logging in here. But if you are coming here for my opinion in all of this stuff that's happening in platforms that I don't even belong to, I cannot oblige you. And it's not welcome here in my chat. That shit comes into my chat. Cherry is gonna snipe you, like, without even thinking about it. It's that easy. And here's the cool thing. Listen, another thing that you should know about me is that I am very big on having boundaries, very, very healthy boundaries. Okay. I've been down this road where there's drama and I get involved in drama and all that kind of shit. I don't do that no more. Okay. So, and I'm not threatening nobody or nothing like that. I'm just saying, understand where I'm coming from and what my position in all this is. I don't have a position on it. Okay. I just don't. So, you know, I like to build boundaries. And here's the thing is I don't develop and I avoid as much as possible personal relationships with people that I meet on YouTube. I haven't always done that, but I've learned. And me not developing personal relationships with any of you comes with a luxury for you. Okay. Me not having that personal relationship with you comes with the luxury of, if the time comes that I have to tell you to go fuck yourself, you have the luxury of not having to take it personally. There's no reason for you to take it personally. So it's just that simple. So I want to be able to still have the relationship that we have developed. I want to continue that. I enjoy it, and I mean with everyone. Everyone that I currently have a relationship with, I would love to maintain that. Just do not put me in the middle of your shit. I'm not interested in it. I may have an opinion about it, but you won't fucking know about it. Okay? So having said that, I just wait a second. Wait, hold on. What just happened here? What?
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a 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 super chat. Super chat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was feeling that shit. I was feeling that shit. Hold on. Let's go over each one of these. Hold on. Pool Mom 95, fuck around and find out. Love you, Will. Free Karen Reed. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We love you, William. Amy in Boston. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What else we got here? I think we got another one here. Appreciate you, Truth and Logic. Fuck the world. Alchemy. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Red Tail, Free Karen Reed, and Justice for John. Love you, Will. Love you too. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And I think that's it. Thank you so much. If somebody became a member, thank you, Lisa Tobin, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. And now we're just gonna wait for court to begin. I think it's about to begin. And yes, Cherry put that together. We're still gonna use the Cuck Church dance, but we gotta pay tribute to Dina and those beautiful ladies who created their own super chat dance. So that's gonna be used from time to time, just for the record. I look at that. We got another request for it here. Look at this.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Tooch Band, family fun and resale, new super chat video, a keeper. Right on. Yeah, no, I'll still use it, but we're gonna change it up. Still gonna use the old one too, because Cuck Church is always gonna have a place in my heart. That's just never gonna go away. But yeah, that is a big shout out and love for Dina and those wonderful people out there. I absolutely adore all of them, and I'm so grateful for all of their support and all their love. So that's our little tribute to them. Lori Ann, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you so much. And hold on, we got to keep the classics.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Paul Cristoforo, thank you, buddy. Will, I'm gonna get personal. Love you, Free Karen Reed. Thank you so much, buddy. And Grandmaster Sid Sophos, love this dude, man. Super chat dancers come from South London. Do they now? I don't think so. But right on. Thank you, buddy. Uncle Fredo, much respect, Will, no drama. Gotcha, man. Thank you. I agree. Yes, that's not happening. And Diane G, what a wonderfully positive way to keep the morning going. Love that new super chat recording. Go Dina and crew. Yeah. We'll do it one more time. I
think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Nancy P, thank you. You rock, Will. We love you. I love you too. Oh, wait. Did they get the AC working in this place? Because Karen's biggest fan is not moving. It's not paused. It's just not moving. That's weird. Okay. So yeah, we're just waiting on that. So let's see if we could get through a quick recap before that happens. So we learned that Brian Higgins absolutely has zero game. I'm also of the opinion that the nature of those text messages was simply Karen Reed just looking to elicit some sort of response and attention from John, considering the situation that they were in, having to raise two kids together. All of a sudden, it's very difficult. It's a very difficult thing for both of them to balance. And I think Karen was just looking for a little reaction from John. I get that. I have no reason to feel that was any different, and what that was the purpose of that. And yes, Dina brings in the cash. Thanks, Will. And I guess you're saying to do it one more time. We're gonna do it.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we.
Thank you, Susie B. I appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah, Brian, no game Higgins, absolutely. And then and as far as those text messages go, the purpose of that was simply to create some sort of or at least make the jury believe that there was some sort of motive behind Karen Reed. Make some sort of motive that would say that Karen Reed is guilty of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend. And it does not, because the gap in between the texts where she clearly ghosted him and he was clearly salty about it, then he texts John and tries to coax John into going back to the 34 Fairview, where John ends up being hit in the back of the head some way or somehow, and dies of his injuries, loses 3.5 liters of blood, and yet they only find 6 droplets and put it in red Solo cups. Not shady at all, right? On top of that, let's just say that everything about the circumstances, the physical circumstances of what took place, makes it impossible for Karen Reed to have hit John with her SUV. Everything tells us that she just could not have done this. Not that she just didn't do it, that she could not have done it. It is impossible that she could have done this. And I'm sure that's going to be proven. J-Fed, thank you so much. Love your channel and your no-nonsense attitude. Also, happy birthday to Life for Cherry. Exactly. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, she simply could not have done this. It just doesn't add up. And then during Higgins' testimony, he basically admits to destroying his SIM card, denies destroying his phone, but admits to destroying his SIM card, which is, I mean, dude. And then admits to committing a federal offense by using his federal resources, meaning his federal coworkers, his federal equipment, to extract information from his phone, to give towards the investigation, to put towards the investigation, but yet then lawyers up on the stand. He lawyers up on the stand because he ends up realizing that he committed a federal crime. So I think we're as caught up as we can be, and we're about to get going here. We're about to start, so let's see what's happening.
So can I see it sidebar?
And it looks like there's going to be a sidebar. So there's that. And going back to the text messages real quick, the text messages also indicate that oh shit, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. There was something else about those text messages that I wanted to go over. Dan B, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, jurors. Before
You are
begin,
unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Giannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you've previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This lying motherfucker right here.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. I may approach.
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's.
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone?
Get
yes
him.
or no?
I don't know.
Yanetti's not in the mood for this bullshit.
Testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir.
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped
broke
it
it.
up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would have.
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
Cut
Yes.
it up or broke it.
Yes or no?
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone
Well, that was my next question.
in another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up
Nobody
or
could use the
ripping
phone
up
in another phone.
the
Okay.
SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes,
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
no, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used the passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive
was
to a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
Oops.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
About how long distance, again, was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022.
Who cares?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
But so that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant, between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention.
Yeah, that's why I think the feds might have it, Brian Johnson. But I'm not sure, you know.
Just let me
But
know whether or not there's any text messages.
there's the cloud, man. Nobody's even brought up the cloud.
Between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking you about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not?
Fucking liar.
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself.
Word
I
is
was a little
private.
embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that?
Again with the weather.
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. and I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get him moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing. Unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the form.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to them, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that? Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding? Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Fucking liar.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
Y'all kill me, dude. I love this chat so much.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area. Is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, do you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, so a key fob that gets you into the fucking Sallyport of the goddamn police station where there's evidence could just happen to go off if the thing just happens to be anywhere near it. Really? No. You're a lying piece of shit. Shut up.
You can just take a look at that and look up when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lord.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those.
She forgot his name. He's that boring.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion? Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
No.
And so when was it
Like,
that you...
You have a lawyer, don't you? You didn't have your lawyer
It was
explain
about 2 months after that.
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
Because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and this only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
A lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time.
Wow.
Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
You lying sack of
Now,
shit.
as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
Like your contacts, like your photos, like what?
What, if anything,
What?
like that did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines.
What?
I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base,
You are
down the
so
Cape,
full of shit.
how often? Let me ask you this: when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Did you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, John?
Yes.
This is unfucking believable. Like, why does Lolly think it's a good idea to treat the jury like they're stupid? He's insulting the jury with every bullshit question and every bullshit answer that he gets for those bullshit questions.
Sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
To make a difference. Yeah, thank you, Nancy Reagan. Appreciate you, buddy.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and
Get
stretch.
the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. This motherfucker right here is talking about, I would have done something to make a difference. And you know he's looking at the jury too. You know he's like I was a first responder and a medic and a firefighter. And if I would have seen John lying on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference. Bro, please, dude. Please. The fuck are you talking about? Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you, dude. And I love that he's like talking to the jury, like he's addressing the jury. You know, the jury's just sitting there looking at him like, dude, this is unreal. Like, I can't believe that this guy, being someone who has, I guarantee you, as a federal ATF agent, he has absolutely testified in open court before many times. So, you know, he knows better. The only reason he's not being convincing right now is because the lies that he's telling are not convincing. They can't be. They're too unbelievable. They're too unbelievable. Like, this is, oh my God. What a fucking display of bullshit. I've never seen anything like this.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on?
Thank you,
I
Yannetti.
never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was that the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified.
I mean,
to
you
that,
fucking said it, dickhead.
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago.
Oh,
might have been a
my-
word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection system.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Yannetti's not fucking around. I love it. Yes, Turtle Boy is in the courtroom.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone. Yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing further.
Nice.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Jerry, for listening to my load of
All right,
bullshit.
Mr. Lally, who's your next?
Appreciate
No
it.
reproach.
Sure.
Dude, this guy is so fucked. I mean, dude, why didn't you just change your phone number? Like, nobody wants to fucking throw away. You know how much fucking iPhones cost, dude? Now I get like if you have like a plan, you know what I mean? You know, they might replace it, you might have some insurance on it or something. But why nobody wants to go through that bullshit. You just fucking dude, you call Verizon or AT&T and you tell them, "Hey, I want to change my number. I'm getting some harassing ticks. Nobody fucking changes their whole goddamn fucking phone. Nobody goes to the trouble of taking out their SIM card, destroying it, and then throwing away the phone. It's a perfectly good iPhone. You can get money for the fucking iPhone. You know what I mean? I threw it away, you know, and I didn't have anything personal on there because I'm divorced and
We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
All rise for the court, please.
I don't have any kids and I'm divorced, so fucking nobody likes you, bro.
Follow me.
Damn, that first time I do that, it like only plays the halfway one. I got to do it one more time. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, what's wrong with this guy? Yeah, you don't throw fucking iPhones in the trash. The fuck are you talking about, guy? You don't fucking throw iPhones in the garbage, dude. Nobody does that. Nobody does that, dude.
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so
Oh,
there's a
shit.
specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. Well, and by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom,
Okay.
in the witness stand
Now, what I was going to
when
do,
the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Gianetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Court, all rise.
all right, so good on Bev for that, because what I was going to
Goodbye.
do, honestly, was I was going to allow the audio, and you just have to look at my ugly mug like this while we listened, but I'm not showing minors on here if I can help it. Yeah. So it's going to be a minute before we'll be back. But this, let me hold on, let me get rid of this fucking banner real quick. So I got to tell you, I don't have the words for how infuriating I find the fact that Lolly is calling a minor up to the stand, calling John's niece and or nephew onto the stand to testify. I think it's disgusting, especially since there's a victim's advocate who we already think is shady as fuck as it is. So we already suspect that these kids have already been through not only a very traumatizing experience, but further traumatized by probably being coached by this, what we believe to be a shady victim's advocate. That shit pisses me off to no end. You have no idea how much that makes me mad. And then calling this child on up to the stand, or children up to the stand, especially at this point where the jury at this point is like, when the fuck are you going to prove this case? Because these kids' testimony isn't going to prove anything. It's not going to do anything but traumatize these kids. It's going to serve no purpose but to traumatize these kids further than they've already been traumatized. And I'm really mad about that. I'm really, really fucking mad about that. And it's abuse. It's just, I just call it what the fuck it is. It is the Commonwealth abusing these kids. And I really hope that there's some sort of charge related if these federal charges come. Now, I realize that a lot of people disagree and feel like there's not going to be any federal charges coming. They're saying that if the federal charges were coming, they would have happened already. I absolutely disagree. I believe that this is all building and building and building to get to a federal, to build a federal case. the federal case is still open. Josh Levy's case is still open. There's been no public statement stating that it's been closed. And this is going to this is gonna help lock that down when this goes to a federal court and indictments have already been handed out. So yeah, I mean, Boston 10 just ended their live stream. So right, Red Tail, exactly. I think that the feds are taking note of all of this. They are building a case. This trial is going to hold much of the evidence. This trial is going to be like, I mean, we'd have to be ignorant not to see this. Because what's happening is, if you're looking at what Yannetti and Jackson have been doing, whenever there's a McAlbert on the stand, they always reference back to another court hearing where they say, you testified under oath at another hearing that this, and this, so on and so forth. And that you spoke to fulano de tal and blah, blah, blah. Right. So this is all going to happen. This is all building towards this federal case. This is what's going to happen. At least in my opinion. I don't know. I don't fucking know for sure. But my personal opinion is that this is all going to be used towards the federal case that I believe is coming. So once let's just say federal court happens, which we won't be able to stream. Federal court is never televised. They never allow media to stream it. They allow media in to take notes, but that's as most as they allow. So what I believe is going to happen is this stuff, that's everything that's happening in this trial, is going to solidify their case against the people that they're going to, in my opinion, hand indictments out on. So when those indictments go to trial, then they can say, you testified in the Karen Reed trial under oath, this, and this. Did you not? You testified in the Karen Reed trial, a murder trial, where she was acquitted, because she will be acquitted, that, this, and this happened. Because it's a double down, at least in theory. My belief being that once they're on the stand in a federal trial, and it says, and they have to take an oath to tell the truth, it doubles that shit down when they say, did you or did you not under oath in a previous hearing say this, and that. So that's what I believe is happening. So people who are saying that this is not going to go, that the feds are not coming, it's way too early to make that determination, in my opinion. It is way too early to make that determination, in my opinion. Yeah, let's check Twitter real quick. I mean, I'm not seeing anything like fresh here. Let me try. Yeah, this might be a little bit of a frustrating day, because even though it's a full day, Who knows how long these kids' testimonies is going to be, and it could take all day. Because I guarantee, but here's the thing is I guarantee you, I can almost guarantee, I can't guarantee, I'm not an attorney, but I can almost guarantee you that there won't be any cross-examination on these kids. I would assume that the defense is just going to simply count on the kids testifying and being called to the stand as a bad look to the jury on the prosecution's part. So once they put these kids through hell on that stand, the defense is not going to cross-examine them. The defense, I mean, they didn't even cross-examine Kerry Roberts. They're not going to take that chance. I don't believe that's going to happen. And if they do, it's because it's absolutely necessary. And I guarantee you, for lack of a better term, Yannetti will use kids' gloves, or Little will use kid gloves in order to do it. But yeah, it's yeah. I'm fact that Lolly would stoop this low, and call one of those kids up to that stand and have them testify. Because here's also how this looks, because 99% of the time in any other trial that I have ever followed, covered, anything, the prosecution will avoid, as a matter of fact, any attorney will avoid at all costs putting a minor on the stand and having them testify. That is the fact that Lolly thinks it's a good idea to call one of these minors or both of them to the stand and have them testify just tells me everything, that they don't have a case. They clearly don't have a case. If the rest of us right now are looking at this and going, holy fuck, I can't believe they're going to call kids to the stand. Right now, it's right, microdots, absolutely. It's absolutely a huge mistake. It's absolutely a huge mistake. There's nothing redeemable about this. It's so risky. I mean, just as a tactical move on the prosecution's end, it's so risky because that could go so sideways. All that matters, again, Court 101, people. All that matters is what the jury sees, hears, and how they interpret it. And you have no control over how that child is going to react on the stand, how a child is going to react, how they're going to testify, what they're going to say, how they're going to word anything. You're counting on them testifying in how you prep them in the first place and them doing exactly how you prep them. They're not going to respond to prepping the way that any adult would when you prep them before taking the stand. It is an unbelievably risky move. It's just a bad move in that regard, not to mention it's a bad move in the sense that how the jury's going to interpret you traumatizing a child or possibly risking a child's further trauma by putting them on the stand. Like, I mean, like, it's like the only time I've ever seen a child take the stand and get cross-examined rough, like, you did this and you did that, was The Devil's Advocate, which is just a fictional fucking movie. It's not even really a good movie. Like, I like the movie, but it's not considered a good movie. Not considered one of Pacino's best. Definitely not even considered one of Keanu Reeves' best. And Keanu Reeves is not exactly what you would consider a thespian. He's an actor, okay, but he's not a thespian. You know what I mean? Like, just here, put it this way. Do you want to know why the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula got bad reviews? Because Keanu Reeves was playing an Englishman. Keanu Reeves played an Englishman. Mina, my love. I love you, Mina. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So in The Devil's Advocate, where Keanu Reeves plays a defense attorney and tears apart an alleged victim all over the stand, that doesn't happen in real life. No attorney would ever take that chance. No attorney would ever do that. A first year fucking public defender would never even take that chance. It would never happen. Charlize Theron was a masterpiece. I mean, she was good. I mean, thing is, man, like, I mean, I know I just did Ted, but isn't that every fucking movie? Isn't that every Keanu Reeves movie? Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Every movie that Keanu Reeves, and I love Keanu Reeves. Don't get me wrong, I love him, but he's Keanu, dude. We're not watching a Keanu Reeves performance hoping for an Oscar performance. It's not happening. It's never gonna happen. Like, and he knows that. You know, he's a realist. He gets it. I am an FBI agent. No, bro. That's not even. Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. I know what you mean. Yeah, got it. Yeah, Point Break is a classic, bro. Guys on the beach, whacks his surfboard, scuffs his shoe on it. Or sorry, he's waxing his mustache, scuffs his shoe on his mustache. Oh man, I do love Keanu, man. And the Bill and Ted franchise is just my favorite. I even like the third movie, as bad as it was. I was waiting like 30 years for that fucking third movie, and I was a little disappointed, but I was just happy that I got a third movie, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's my point being is like the only time you've ever seen a defense attorney like aggressively cross-examine a minor on the stand was in a fucking movie where they had Keanu play a fucking lawyer. So, yeah. Yeah. So I think I've figured out. And Cherry, send me that thing that you downloaded, please. Let's stick to old traditions here. If Cherry's still in the chat in the chat, let's see. Or wait, no, hold on. So Ted Daniels said Higgins is accused, or Higgins is excused, not accused, excused. Judge sends jury out for 10 minutes. Minor children will be next to testify. The stream will be turned off during the testimony to protect them. This is the right call. And I agree. I totally agree. Me and Ted, we're like this, bro. We're like this, dude. What? Hold on here. All right. All right. Okay. Okay, so you guys, a lot of new people to this channel. Okay. And M, member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Good morning, Will, Cherry, and chat. Good morning to you. So now there was this is just for fun. This is just to kill time, folks. So I like to listen to idiots. It's always fun to me. And so let's we're gonna go over this. Yeah, so we won't even hear. Yeah, okay. So it says here that Turtle Boy said that they can't use electronic devices or live report on the minor's testimony. So you can listen to it, they can listen to it, but they can't report on it in real time. They have to just wait. We're not going over plevinisms. This is a little different. Yes, I agree, Cherry. Good. I totally agree. This is a little different. This is an old favorite. This is somebody who I used to go over. This is someone that I like to refer to as canceled Karen. She used to be known as the Critical K. And and she's known for just going the opposition, but she's so like she has absolutely, yes, critical cankles as well. She has no credibility left whatsoever anymore. She only does things on Patreon now. Like that's it. She only puts her shit behind a paywall. She's been banned from YouTube twice. Not once, but twice. She got sued for $10 million and lost. $10 million for defamation, and got banned from YouTube again twice for the same thing, and for violating terms of service. So I thought, especially since I have such a big audience here, I've never gone over canceled Karen with so many people watching. This is a treat. This is a treat. So she is she's a fucking idiot. And she right. She lost her $10 million lawsuit because canceled Karen doesn't have $10 million. So the judge ordered her to pay $500,000, $500,000, which canceled Karen doesn't have $500,000. So she's going to be spending the rest of her life paying that. And she does these bullshit streams doing the same shit she's always done, but she tries to hold back a little bit. She makes more of a conscious effort now. So it's not as fun to tear her apart, but it's still fun because she's just nice and stupid and she likes to go the opposition. And the funny thing about this is most people are going the opposition and just ignoring blatant evidence in this case because they hate Turtle Boy. She doesn't even hate Turtle Boy, as far as I know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she does. I don't know. But she goes the opposition because she just likes to do that, and she thinks that it works out in a shock value type of sense, and it just doesn't. So it's always fun to use canceled Karen as my own personal little toy, and I play with her like a cat with yarn, and so I like to do that. It's always fun. So we're gonna go over her. So I know a lot of you have never heard of her, and it's fun. But I'm going to introduce you to her here, and we'll see what you guys think. And I'll speed her up. Well, actually, there's no need to speed her up because we're not going to be watching court for a minute here. So, I'll keep her small here. So let's take a listen. So yeah, she has no live streaming skills at all whatsoever. This is literally the beginning of her stream, and she's still getting her shit together. Like you can hear a door opening and closing. You hear that shit? Like this is yeah. And I call her canceled Karen because her name is actually Karen. Like and to give you guys a little bit of context, you guys know at the beginning of my intro where you hear me say where I basically do the whole where I say Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. That's Karen Yaks. That's her name. It's common knowledge. I'm not doxing her. Everybody knows who the fuck she is. She's just an idiot. So we're gonna go over. This is that person that I was talking about in that intro. That you always hear me in that intro.
If we could get this over in the group.
Wow.
All right, share to group.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a shout out if you can see this in the Karen Reed group. That's my primary concern. You can also watch on Rumble. Sorry if I sound like Bev, heavy breathing. I had to put the puppy and my kid. My house is not as calm.
Now, I haven't listened to this yet. So maybe I'm wondering, maybe canceled Karen has actually applied common sense, but I've already gone over one of her other streams before where she clearly did absolutely no research on this case, and she was throwing the whole Karen Reed is guilty bullshit out there. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I haven't listened to this yet.
As it once was. We have a new puppy. She's almost 6 months old. She's a little crazy. And I have to have my kids puppy sit her so I can get anything done anymore. So if somebody can give me a comment, let me know. You can see this in the Karen Reed group. I suppose I can go check over there too. Let's see.
Ooh, you suck.
Karen Reed, not FKR. Yep, it's in there. Okay, so you folks that are in the Karen Reed group, I'm going to
finally, bro,
be answering your questions too. So, because a lot of you are joining, and I have a lot of people waiting in the wings to join. If you haven't joined, you must answer the question about whether you're FKR or not before you enter the group. I mean, we've gotten like literally hundreds.
Okay. So her stipulation for being allowed in her Karen Reed discussion group on Facebook is you have to be a free care. You cannot be a free Karen Reed person. She's already shutting you up. She's already shutting you down. You're not even allowed in if you think that she's innocent. It's amazing. I love it. This is so canceled Karen to do this.
Of requests that we've had to turn down because people aren't specifying whether they're FKR or not. And I want them to specify and I want them to agree to.
So already you see what kind of a control freak she is. Already.
The rules before they do so or specify that they're not FKR, because my group, look, this is one of those cases where, you know, I always say to people, you should, right? It's ideally you should, when these cases go to trial, you should look at them from a standpoint of a juror. But when cases reach this level of exposure and they reach this level of social media involvement and a lot of pre-trial stuff, it's harder to do that. It's harder for people to LARP as a juror. You can't really do that, especially if you've, like I did. I got caught up on everything pretty quickly. I sort of like did my homework over the course of a few nights, watching all the pre-trial stuff and sort of getting caught up on the nonsense that's gone on social media regarding this case. It's hard to do that.
Okay. You could just ignore the nonsense on the social media and read documents that have been made public already. Amazing. You could totally do that. It's amazing.
Do that. It's hard to LARP as a juror in that case. I'm not really sure how they found jurors to I mean, I guess maybe there's people out there that haven't followed, that didn't really care. That's the hope, that they've have people that weren't following the nonsense and the shenanigans of people like Turtle Boy and Nick Rocco and attorney Melanie Little, who should know better than what she's done. But it's popular, right, to cater to the mob and to cater to the people who are hungry for the soap opera narrative. It's when
I'm loving this already.
That's so popular that when you start getting rewarded for that, you keep going. In my opinion, that's what these people have done. They've gotten rewarded financially and through engagement on social media by going with the soap opera narrative of Karen Reed as being framed, which is ludicrous. In my opinion, it's absurd, it's preposterous, and it's crumbling, right before everybody's eyes.
Okay. I love this already. It's crumbling, right? Are you watching the same trial as the rest of us? Are you watching the same trial as the rest of us? Are you? I mean, I don't know if you are. Are you? I mean, because is there canceled Karen? Do you have a reason why you're coming to this conclusion?
I'm retarded?
That's got to be it. That's got to be it.
But that's a popular thing to do. People like to be lied to. They like the fairy tale. They like the fantasy. They like to consider it. It's titillating. And so these content creators, they'll just go with it. They'll just ride that train for as long as they can. And then when it all falls apart and it turns out to be lies, do they ever come out and say, well, oops, I'm sorry I led you down the primrose path. I'm sorry I contributed to
I'll say I was wrong, but I mean I'm not. All of the evidence, remember that? The evidence dictates that I'm not wrong.
to gaslighting you. But I was just covering what was going on. They never come out and say that. They never come out and say, oops, I was wrong. Oops, I'm sorry. The truth was so much simpler. They never come out and say that. They ride the train right to the bitter end. And the problem is that the true crime community will forgive them for it and then just continue watching them and handing over the reins.
Now, this is fascinating coming from her. This is very, very Kay to do this because this is exactly what she does. I absolutely agree with every word that she's saying. I absolutely do. The problem is that this is the epitome of projection. Coming from her, of all people, this is the epitome of projection.
Reins of their brain to them. To me, that's scary. I'm angry when people lie to me. I get angry. irritated. I feel like you've insulted my intelligence. Hi, Kristen. Kristen, are you seeing this in the Karen Reed group? I don't have a whole lot of time because the boys are watching the puppy for me.
She's LARPing as a human with a brain. I love it.
Let me know if you're seeing this in the Karen Reed group. I want to make sure that that's streaming because this is really kind of for them. Because I want those people to, if they have questions. Okay, Kristen, can you pop over to the group? I'm not even really sure if you're in there. If you're not, get in line.
Now, one thing you should know about canceled Karen here is that she is notoriously wrong about everything. What's up, Kelly Reed? It's good to see you. She is notoriously wrong about every fucking case. Literally, like she tried to imply that Letitia Stout was innocent. She is the epitome of a victim blamer, as well as the epitome of a she's the type of person that blames innocent family members for missing kids going missing, people who have been murdered. She's the first one to start pointing fingers at a loved one who is going through likely the most. I mean, sometimes it does happen that way, but she is the epitome of a person who will blame, point fingers, and create a mob that will absolutely attack innocent people. She loves to do that shit. Like I said, she got sued for it for $10 million and lost. Her defense against this lawsuit, because she decided to go pro se, didn't get an attorney, but she ends up her defense, when she got served with subpoenas and she got served with motions, her responses would be to the effect of, stop harassing me. So basically, in essence, her defense in her lawsuit for defamation was basically, la 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 la, I don't believe you're suing me. If I close my eyes hard enough and wish you away, you'll go away. This is this person. It's incredible.
But at any rate, I think a lot of people are coming in and they're
stop it. You don't think.
They're not sure. They have a lot of questions, and it gets tiring to keep responding again and again. Thank you, Kristen. It gets tiring to keep responding again and again to the same questions people have. So I thought, you know what? We'll just do it here. I'll answer some questions if people have questions. And hey, Kath. And I'm going to sort of do a
riddle me this. How can you answer questions to people who have questions if you haven't done any actual research on this case?
Recap of the trial thus far. And it's going to be a very abbreviated recap, and I'm going to touch on some really important points. But what I want to do first, I want to go over some things first that I have pulled up.
I can't wait for this.
Photos. And there we go. Okay, so first of all, I want to kind of go over Karen's contradictory statements to date. Now, I'm not the one who made this. Somebody else is, but it's great. And I think as people continue to watch the trial or they follow recaps, whether it's mine or somebody, I mean, make sure it's somebody you trust that's not gaslighting you.
I went over this, and yes, Plevin, I'm going back on what I said when I said I would only say it once, but I'll say this on my stream here. People who keep saying this, I'm going to approach this case as a juror, which is basically just an excuse to not have done any research, see that other people are talking about it, and they're using it for content. They're like, oh my God, look at all the views that the Glare is getting. Look at all the views that anybody else is getting. And so I'm going to jump all over this bandwagon, and I'm going to talk about this without having done any actual research, because you have to do research in this case. In order to assess everything correctly, you have to go over document after document after document. You have to go over the motions. You have to go over all the statements from the witnesses. You have to go over everything. There is absolutely no, and yes, the best person that I can compare her to is Krusty Panties. This is the best person that I can compare her to. Those of you who are familiar with Kate Peter, this is almost her doppelganger here. Yeah. So this is her doppelganger as far as social media goes. For those of you who don't know who she is. But I love to hear that excuse. We're just gonna go over it as a juror. But the problem is there's an innocent woman being framed for a murder. This is factual. By the time at this point in the trial, if you can't see that every single witness that has testified trying to point guilt towards Karen Reed, if you can't see that they have all been consistently liars, then you're just fucking dumb and you're ignorant. So, I mean, if you're going to sit here and you're going to say, oh, well, I'm just going to approach this as a juror. In this case, it's irresponsible. Almost in any other case, I would recommend it. The problem is that there's too much information that is made public. And it's almost irresponsible. It's not almost irresponsible. It is irresponsible, in my opinion, to start talking about this case without actually doing any research, when there is so much research that is made available to you. There's so much documentation that is made publicly available already. It's not rumors. It's not Reddit forums. It's not Facebook groups. It is court documents, police interviews, and statements from witnesses. It's all available to you. It is irresponsible to approach this case and start forming opinions without assessing that stuff first. So if you have to do that, because at this point, when you're dealing with a rare situation where it's showing more and more and more that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that the District Attorney's Office of Norfolk County is under investigation federally for corruption, who is prosecuting this case, you have to look into that, and you have to be able to discuss this stuff and go over this stuff if you're going to talk about it publicly. Otherwise, you're behaving irresponsibly. Because right now, the jury's being duped. This is what makes this different. It's great, and it's perfectly responsible. It's absolutely responsible to approach this as a juror if the justice system is, if officers of the court are acting in the interest of justice. But we already have so much evidence that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is not acting in the interest of justice. We have plenty of evidence to dictate that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is not acting in the interest of justice, which calls for no less than doing deep dive independent research before you start forming an opinion. Because right now, the jury are victims in this case too. The jury's being duped by the Commonwealth, by those who are under under an obligation, under a professional obligation to seek justice. So if those people are not acting in the interest of justice, and you're you're on that jury, you're taking the chance of being duped. So this is the one case in all of the time that I've ever covered cases. This is the one time that I would recommend not putting yourself in the position of a juror. I would absolutely recommend against that. I would say that it's irresponsible. You have to do independent research when looking at this case and speaking on it publicly if you have a public platform with a lot of people watching. It's very important.
I've yet to find anyone, and I've got people who are very, very close to this case, very, very close to the participants of this case that are coming in and they're messaging me and they're coming into the group and they're saying, oh my gosh, where have you been? Thank you. Everybody else is spewing lies and misinformation, and it's very frustrating. And where have you been? Everybody else has gotten caught up in the gaslighting and the brainwashing and the sort of this cult mob mentality. Now, I know people are going to say, okay, you always you always are the contrarian. Well, that's true. I usually am. I usually do try to take devil's advocate, but not in this
No,
case.
you try
I
to be
realize
controversial.
I might appear to be in the minority on this case, and I don't care, but I didn't take the minority just to be a contrarian. I did my homework. I literally watched every pretrial hearing. I read the probable cause affidavit. I read it for the audience. I'm watching every single second of the trial.
Did you read the witness statements? Did you read the experts that are called as witnesses to did you read their reports?
I have read every article. I've gobbled up everything that I can, and I've
Every article.
put it all up there in my noodle, and I've bounced it around, and there's no other way to look at this other than she did it. There's no other way to look at it than she did it. And I believe by the time this trial is over, that will be evident. Now, what will the jury do? That's anyone's guess. Because have they been exposed to the con job? Have they been exposed to the gaslighting of people like Turtle Boy, Nick Rocco, Melanie Little? I mean, I could go on of the content creator. Sleuthy Goosey's got her little, she's got her little fingers in this, making her little spreadsheets, and they're wrong. I mean, they're just false and wrong. Just
Okay. Stop right there. Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet is packed with official documents. The only thing that's wrong in there is the evidence that was collected, so-called evidence that was collected by the people that were charged with the responsibility of conducting a sound investigation. That's it. That's absolutely it. But all Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet is full of is official documents. It does not contain opinion. It does not contain opinion. It contains documents that you need to look at. And now she's giving excuses as to not doing her homework. Because Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet has everything that you need in it. I mean, here we go, right here. I am putting it in the chat right now. You tell me, did Sleuthy Goosey write a monologue in her in her spreadsheet? Does it have Sleuthy Goosey's opinions in her spreadsheet? No. It contains nothing but documents. It is there. It is public. It is free for all to look at. The purpose of it is for you to educate yourself. Does not serve the purpose of educating you. It does not. Let me be very clear about that. And thank you for being here, Liz Reed. It does not serve the purpose. Let me say that one more time. It does not serve the purpose of educating you. It serves the purpose of you having the means to educate yourself. Period.
Just like she did in the Michael Vaughn case. And people, unfortunately, are relying on this stuff, and they're being played for fools with it. They're being bamboozled. They're being swindled. They're being lied to, and they're being led down this, this sort of into this cult mentality where they all kind of repeat the same thing. They all kind of repeat and parrot the same false misinformation points. One in particular that stands out to me, when I first started covering this case, I was seeing everywhere on the gaslighters Twitters and even in some news articles that the homeowner Brian Albert, who took the stand last week, had his flooring in his basement replaced after John O'Keefe's death. That's just a flat out lie. And that was corrected in court. And her defense team didn't.
Corrected in court by what? Brian Albert's testimony? Who was proven to be a liar in court? Okay.
Even say that it was repaired afterwards, but still people are repeating it. That's how frustrating it is. It was cleared in court that the repairs to his basement flooring were from an overflown toilet, and the repairs were concurrent with the.
Okay. So just a second there, Professor. Just a second there, Professor. Let me.
Yeah, that's just a flat out lie. In his basement, Albert, who took the stand last week, had his flooring in his basement replaced after John O'Keefe's death. That's just a flat out lie. And
okay. You heard that, right? She just said that it was a flat out lie that Brian Albert had his flooring replaced in his basement. Keep listening.
That was corrected in court, and her defense team didn't even say that it was repaired afterwards, but still people are repeating it. That's how frustrating it is. It was cleared in court that the repairs to his basement flooring were from an overflown toilet. And
okay, so the flooring in his basement was repaired, was it not? You just said it wasn't, and then almost in the same fucking breath, you just said it was. Dummy.
The repairs were concurrent with the incident that happened to John. The repairs weren't made after, they were being done concurrently. And even her defense team said that. When they asked him about it, the repairs were in process. The flooring had been pulled up. As you know, if you've ever had your basement flood. Now, fortunately, where I live is a beach. We're sandy and very dry. We've never had issues with our basement. But in Michigan, there are two types of basements. Those that have flooded and those that will. I mean, every basement in Michigan has flooded or had water damage because we have such a high water table here. But in Brian Albert's case, it was a toilet that flooded. He had a basement bathroom, the toilet flooded, and he was in the process of repairing
I love my
the floor.
chat so
now,
much.
you know, if you have floor damage to your basement or floor damage anywhere in your home, what do? You have to tear it all up because it's going to get.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Moldy.
You have to clean it.
And smell. You have to pull up all of that flooring that's been damaged and put down kilts or whatever you put down to keep the mold from growing, and then put new flooring down. They were in the process of doing that. But if you were to just listen to people like Turtle Boy, and I don't know if Melanie Little has touched on this. I cannot stop. I can't. Well, I can't. I saw her one time on Vinnie Politan, and he's a clown too. I saw her one time, and she said that she would rather try all of the people in the home than Karen Reed. So she's just a disingenuous person. She knows better. She knows that Karen Reed is guilty, but she's riding that train because it's rewarding to ride that train. So I don't know if she's touched on the floor issue, but I highly doubt that she's corrected people on it. And I highly doubt that she's read the probable cause affidavit to her audience, because I've lost track how many people have come in and said, well, I've gotten all my information from Melanie Little.
Okay. The probable cause affidavit was written up by the very people that are currently under federal investigation for corruption. If not federal, by internal affairs in the very entity of law enforcement, the very law enforcement agency that the lead investigator works for. That lead investigator is being internally investigated for the way that he handled this case. So let me hold on. Now, what does the probable cause affidavit mean to me? Dick. Fucking nothing. Because it's written by a corrupt fucking cop.
Little. Well, did she read you the PCA? Well, no, I didn't even know that. Well, I mean, that's a pretty important document to read. It lays out somewhat, okay, not the entire state's case, but the really important points in the state's case.
Oh, wait. What? Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a
Jen Del Rio, thank you. Toilets overflowing from all the nervous tummies. McAlbert's be shartin'. Wait, I have some audio of that. Hold on. I've got some audio of that. Hold on. Wait. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. McAlbert, stop it. Stop it.
Case. Has she read that to her audience? Has she gone over that with her audience? I doubt it. Has she corrected them on the toilet issue?
Okay, so let me explain why she's targeting Melanie Little right now. Melanie Little is an attorney, and Canceled Karen thinks she's an attorney. She is the epitome of Melanie Little envy. It is so sad. It is so sad. She believes she hates Melanie Little so much because Melanie Little is the anti-canceled Karen. The anti-canceled Karen. Melanie Little is an ethical YouTube creator, runs her channel a certain way, sticks to facts, will state opinions, much like myself, only based on facts. Only based on facts that are made available to the public. She won't even touch some of the stuff that I touch. She wouldn't even touch Turtle Boy's investigations until it was already basically public that Turtle Boy and this case, until it was undeniable that Turtle Boy's case and the Karen Reed case are connected. There's no way to deny that. They are absolutely connected. There's no way to avoid that. It's just that simple. Attorney Melanie Little is an ethical and credible attorney, creator, law tuber, absolutely 100%. If I'm listening to attorney Melanie Little give her opinions, I take heed to those opinions.
The damaged flooring in the basement issue, I doubt it. But that's just one simple point that the brainwashed cult, okay, or the Kool-Aid drinkers, they keep repeating again and again. And it's one that's easily cleared up. The floor damage was concurrent. Okay. And we're going to get into some of those other things too. But here's some of her conflicting statements that she's made. John is dead before finding John. She said that to numerous people, that he was dead before even finding him. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. This wasn't heard by just one person.
So far, everything she's saying, we're not even 30 seconds in it, but everything that she's saying is based on witness testimony that have already been torn apart by the defense and proven to be liars.
This was heard by
Go on.
multiple people. And her defense team is so pathetically desperate that they're trying to impeach a young paramedic. She's in her late 20s. They're trying to impeach her because she said that she heard that, even though she's one of many who heard it. They're trying to impeach her by insinuating that she's friends with Caitlin Albert, who is the daughter of Brian Albert, who is the homeowner. Now, again, is the jury going to fall for this kind of stuff?
Hey, canceled Karen. In the true crime world, since you're a true crime creator, that's known as a conflict of interest.
Like I said when I read the probable cause affidavit, it's like sleight of hand. Okay, it's trickery. They're trying to trick people into believing that because these girls know each other, they may have gone to a baby shower together, they may have gone to the beach together 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. There's pictures of them seen in the same places, or they're next to each other, pictures of them on social media from high school and in their college years. That means that necessarily means that this girl would lie, that this paramedic would lie for Caitlin.
No, I mean, I believe that that's what it means. But here's the thing, is what it means is that she could lie. That is called reasonable doubt.
For Caitlin Albert, in order to cover up for Colin Albert. Because, see, the defense, they have multiple third-party culprits. They don't have a single one. What they're doing is they're just throwing Yannetti spaghetti up against the wall and seeing what sticks. So they've accused Colin. They've accused the dog, Chloe, the German Shepherd. They've accused Brian Higgins. They've accused Brian Albert. They've accused multiple people in the home, and they have no real reason for why any of these people would attack him. And their reasons are sort of crumbling and falling apart.
No, they're all coming together. They're all coming together. Everybody who reports on what the jury is seeing, everybody's reaction is the jury is looking at every single one of these motherfuckers like they're liars, because they are. They're absolutely all fucking liars. All of them. And they all are lying to protect Colin Albert for some reason. Now, again, I want to be very clear, folks. I have never actually flat out accused anyone in that house of killing John O'Keefe. I believe that he was killed inside that house. I just don't know who did it. I have no idea who it actually was. But there's no way. Here's how it boils down. Karen Reed is being accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving the scene. It's physically impossible. It's physically impossible based on John O'Keefe's injuries and based on the fact that nobody saw John O'Keefe lying in the snow, but saw literally everything else that Karen Reed's SUV did except hit John O'Keefe. They saw everything that the SUV did except that, right? Meaning arrive, park, move, park again, and leave. Everyone saw this, but yet nobody saw John O'Keefe lying in the snow. Why? Because they would have to account for why they didn't help him. Every single one of them would have to account for why they didn't help him. It's not rocket science. It's not even forensic crime investigations. It's common fucking sense. And every single one of them have been caught on vital lies. Or lies when it comes to vital information is a better way to put it. I mean, yeah, y'all got to calm down, okay? There is no court right now. Court is happening right now, probably, but what's happening is it's not being shared with the media because there is a minor being called onto the stand, which should be considered one of the shadiest fucking things that you would even consider happening in this trial right now. Everyone in this chat who has a child or is close to a child emotionally in any way, shape, or form should be infuriated by this right now. Because there's no reason. There should be enough evidence. There should be enough evidence. The fact that they feel the need to call a minor child to the stand to testify against Karen Reed should tell you that they don't have jack shit, that they are absolutely desperate. And all this is going to do is make the prosecution look real bad to that jury. It is going to be painful for that jury to have to sit there and listen to these minors testify. So right there, that tells me, if nothing else told me anything, it's the fact that the prosecution seems desperate, because it is only an act of desperation that they would feel the need to bring a minor child up. Unless that minor child was an eyewitness to what happened, an eyewitness to the murder itself, there's no reason to bring a child up to the stand. There is absolutely no reason to do that.
So they do this sort of sleight of hand thing. Look over here. Look at,
That's exactly what the prosecution is doing.
The paramedic who is lying, who we are trying.
That's exactly what the prosecution is doing. The prosecution brought up these private text messages between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins and showed that at worst, that Karen is a cheater. And not even a cheater in the sense that, like, she was out sleeping with a bunch of people or even sleeping with another person. She was, I would call that cheating only because she had a partner that she was in a committed relationship with that she was being deceptive towards. But at the same time, it turns out John O'Keefe found out about it and she didn't deny it. And everything dictates that she was doing it to get John O'Keefe's attention in the first place. So still, I mean, that's the only way, that's the only way you could consider her being a cheater. But even still, that's debatable. That's debatable. To say the least, it's debatable. Because I believe she was doing it to get John's attention. I believe she was doing it to elicit a response from John. So if she was doing it to elicit a response to John, then she wasn't necessarily being deceptive, was she? Therefore, she wasn't cheating. I mean, and then let's not forget that it turns out that she ghosted him. She ghosted him for like a week. He kept on, hey, stranger, stranger, she ignored him. Then he sees her at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. She ignores him there. He texts, well, like the cuck that he is. Well. And then this man who sat there in open court told the jury that he felt guilty about the fact that John was his friend and he was talking to John's girlfriend behind his back. When Karen texted him, finally responded to him and said, John died, there was no response. His answer to that was to take screenshots of it. Have them use federal resources to extract that from his phone before he destroyed everything else on his phone. After a court order was issued in order to preserve his phone. Well, I'm sorry, just before a subpoena was ordered to preserve his phone. Because that's not suspicious at all. Let's just ignore that, canceled Karen. Let's just ignore that.
Are trying to impeach and say is lying on the stand because she knows Brian Albert's daughter. Don't listen to this testimony. They want to get this testimony impeached or say it's a lie because they know each other. It's pathetic, honestly. It's insulting. Now, will the jury be insulted by that? I don't know. I
don't know either, but I would imagine they would be. I would imagine that the jury right now feels insulted by the prosecution because the prosecution is treating them like they're stupid and they can't put two and two together. And they're believing the bullshit coming out of Brian Higgins' mouth while sitting on that stand. Instead of changing my phone number, I just happened by the Army base and the military base, and I threw away my phone after destroying my SIM card. Now, mind you, this was recorded before Higgins took the stand, but still, this is stuff we already knew. This idiot who we're listening to right now has already admitted to listening to all the preliminary hearings. This was already public in one of the preliminary hearings. Yannetti addressed this to the court, all of this. And then Higgins admitted to it in open court.
I have people that have followed me for a long time who I thought were really smart people who have bought into this. In fact, I messaged one yesterday and I said, are you still, even after we've seen Jen McCabe's testimony, are you still thinking that this woman was framed? And she messages me back and says 100%. And I just completely facepalmed. I really can't explain it. I can't explain why people become so wedded and committed to a lie, to a false.
Because it's not a lie and it's not false because we're looking at evidence. We're looking at witness statements. We're looking at expert reports. We're looking at documents. We're looking at preliminary hearings. I mean, it's not difficult, man. It's not difficult.
Perception of something. I mean, it's cognitive dissonance on display. They become so wedded to it, and especially if it's gone on for like a year, as it has in this case, they become so wedded to it. It becomes embedded sort of in their subconscious and their psyche because they're reading things that validate the frame claim in their mind. They're participating in discussions online that validate it. And you have people in these groups, the FKR Facebook group, and it's this, once again, these loose association things where they keep coming up with things that they feel confirm this belief system that they've married themselves to and committed themselves to, then everything else will buttress that. And anything that you say to them that is even remotely along the lines of logic or common sense, they just reject. Their brain is just so closed off to it. You feel helpless trying to reason with them. It's honestly, it's like reasoning with flat earthers. And what I find even more disconcerting is that a lot of these people self-identify as MAGA or Trump supporters.
Oh my
So what does
God,
that
dude.
say about the mentality of the far right, that they have completely lost their ability to think critically and to reassess their belief system when new evidence comes in? Because that's called cognitive maturity, right? When new evidence comes in, even if you've wedded and married yourself to a belief system, when new evidence comes in that disproves it, cognitive maturity is going, oh shit, I was wrong.
I mean,
I
Cherry, come on. You know her just as well as I do. Like, you know she's a proud far righter. You know that. You know this is not a surprise to you. You know that's what she is.
I may have been wrong. I may have allowed myself to become bamboozled, and it might be time to rethink. That's cognitive maturity. Because why do I say maturity? Because it's a pride thing. These people have wedded and married themselves to this soap opera narrative that they've been spoon fed. And unfortunately, when you see people like Melanie Little, who have a certain level of respectability because she's a lawyer, then that reinforces it even more. Right? Turtle Boy, in my mind, has no respectability. Nick Rocco has no respectability. I don't know why people are believing these people. I guess in absence of facts, people will crawl to a lie like a mirage in the desert and drink the sand once they get to it. I guess in the absence of facts, they fill that vacuum with BS. So that's the only way I can explain that.
Okay.
And then they
so
come wedded and
one thing that you got to understand about her is she thinks that she's a lawyer. She thinks that she's smarter than lawyers. And when it came opportunity to actually be one, like represent herself in a $10 million lawsuit, she panicked and went, stop harassing me, and lost. But listen to the language here. Everyone she's pointed out here have appeared on court TV. That's why she's naming Turtle Boy by name. That's why she's naming Melanie Little by name. That's why she's naming Nick Rocco by name, because they have appeared on court TV. Canceled Karen is the epitome of court TV envy. Canceled Karen flicks her bean to the fantasy of herself being on court TV. Guaranteed. Promise you that. I've known this woman a long time, folks. A long time. And she absolutely envies. She is suffering from court TV envy.
and committed to that. And anything that attempts to sort of pierce that veil of cognitive dissonance, they just completely reject it out of hand. And it's extremely frustrating dealing with these people. So let's continue on. The third bullet point, and this is the most important one.
So don't deal with them. Like, don't deal with them. Do your own research, and that's it.
is that it was a tragic accident. See, a lot of people don't realize this. Karen's first line of defense and her lawyer's first line of defense is that it was an accident. Okay. And I'm going to prove that. So this is from the Boston Herald.
We know that. We know that. Because everything that she says is I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe I hit him. I don't fucking know. I was fucking drunk. I don't fucking know. We all know this. But it was never, I admit to it. You know, it was never that. She never admitted to it. She just said, I don't fucking know what happened. And probably her best defense at the advice of her attorneys was, okay, well, that's what we'll go with. Their job is to come up with the best defense. That's a fact. But here's the thing, though. This is before other information came to light. Because again, as you hear in my intro when I'm discussing it with Turtle Boy, and I say, you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You're not going to do that. Nobody's going to fucking do that. And no defense attorney is going to come up with that defense and think that a jury is going to believe it without being able to fucking prove it. That's what she's missing here. There's no way. It's because information came to light. Information became public. Information became very, very apparent that, okay, this is deeper than that. This is way deeper than that. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. What? And Turtle Boy, like him or not, doesn't matter if you like him. Doesn't matter what your personal opinions are of him. Doesn't matter. You cannot deny the fact that the stuff that he has put as proof, and I'm talking about proof, he backs up with receipts. When he has made an outright accusation and said, okay, look, like everything, he's been consistent about that. Like, he'll state opinions when he's live on his channel, you know, when he's doing live streams, he'll state opinions. He'll state opinions in his blogs, but he'll state his opinions based on facts that he has collected through his investigations. This is undeniable. This is undeniable. Colin Albert sat there on the stand and denied repeatedly that he had never been in a fight before. And there have been 2 videos that have surfaced through Turtle Boy of Colin Albert fighting. Not people texting and going, hey, what about that fight that Colin Albert got into? No, I'm talking video evidence, undeniable video evidence that Colin Albert lied on the stand because that video evidence dictates that he was in a fight. 2 separate fights caught on video. Who knows what wasn't caught on video? But we know that Colin Albert fucking lied. Colin Albert sat on that fucking stand and lied about having never been in a fight because Turtle Boy, through his investigations, uncovered video footage on 2 separate occasions of him fighting. Not playing around, not joking around, fucking fighting. Losing, but fighting.
Now, the full article is online. If you want, you can go read it, but this is just a clip at a pretrial hearing, and you will recognize right there in the front is John O'Keefe's mother and father. Now, this is from closer in time to the incident. So, and I'm going to show you a clip of that hearing as well. After the hearing, Yannetti Spaghetti Thrower came out and told reporters that his client was in shock and that O'Keefe's death had been an innocent accident.
Fair enough.
And Reed had no
Okay,
criminal
Childs.
intent.
Fair enough,
She
Kate.
loved this man and she is devastated. So, how do we go from an innocent accident to a malicious murder? Do the FKR people even ask themselves that? How do we go from her lawyer? Now, your defense lawyer isn't going to just pop off and make admissions.
I just explained, because the information that is made available to us now had not been made available yet.
On your behalf, unless you have admitted that to your lawyer. I would bet dollars to donuts that Karen Reed, and I don't know if she had a lawyer previous to this or if Yannetti Spaghetti was the first and only lawyer, because it's my understanding she had a lawyer
So clever. Yannetti Spaghetti.
January 29th, that she hired a lawyer January 29th. Was it Yannetti Spaghetti? I don't know. Was it another lawyer? I don't know. But I would be willing to bet dollars to donuts that she admitted it to her lawyer. I mean, it's common sense. Her lawyer isn't going to just pop off in court and to reporters on the steps of the courthouse that her boyfriend's death was a, quote, tragic, innocent accident
Y'all in the chat are
with
killing
no
me.
criminal intent.
Y'all in the
She
chat are
loved this
killing me.
man and she is devastated. Now, as further proof that he did that, this is in
Oh
another
my God.
article, Yannetti Spaghetti saying his client was in shock and distraught over O'Keefe's death, which he said was an accident. Defense attorney David Yannetti told the newspaper he thought prosecutors had rushed to charge Reed because the victim was a politically connected cop. Quote, manslaughter is a tremendous reach in this case, Yannetti reportedly said in court. I don't see any criminal intent. This was my client's boyfriend, somebody with.
And after this takes place, they up the charges.
Whom she was in love. Here is the hearing.
The girlfriend of a Boston police officer who was hit and killed during a snowstorm earlier this year appeared in court today. Karen Reed has pleaded not guilty to manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leading the scene of a crash that caused the death of Officer John O'Keefe. Police say Reed hit Officer O'Keefe while leaving a party, and her attorneys say that if she hit him, she did not realize it. Reed has been out of jail since February after posting $50,000.
So now, but the problem for Karen Reed is the state is going to have proof that she realized it. Because Karen went on Nightline and she admitted that she drove around looking for him. And then to further add to Karen's troubles, she told Jen McCabe, and Jen McCabe's husband, Matt McCabe, overheard Karen say, well, the last time I saw him was at the waterfall. And they said, well, no, that's not true, because you guys were invited to Brian Albert's house and we saw your car out front. So the waterfall was.
And Jen McCabe has been proven to be a fucking liar. Jen McCabe, who Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. Yes, she did. She is proven on the stand in front of that jury to have been a liar. She was caught on multiple lies. I love how she keeps trying to make these people out to be credible witnesses. This is very fun to me.
Was not the last place. So she was lying right from the jump. And she went on Nightline. Now, the full Nightline episode has not been released and will not be released until after trial, to Nightline's credit. However, the full episode and all the outtakes will be available for the jurors. So let's move on to the next clip.
Did she believe she may have hit John? No. She felt she struck something. She said, Dad, I think I struck something. I said, what do you mean? All right, this was in the hospital.
Because her fucking taillight was cracked, dickhead. And we saw video footage of her hitting John O'Keefe's vehicle. And I wasn't calling Karen's dad a dickhead. I was calling Cancel Karen here a dickhead.
Remember? All right, backing up and hitting something. Police find damage to the passenger side taillight of Karen's Lexus LX 570. How the damage occurred is in dispute. The Reeds believe it happened when Karen backed out of John O'Keefe's driveway hours after police say she hit him. Here's the video. She backs up to go out and search for John O'Keefe. And that's how that vehicle was damaged. In court documents, prosecutors say the video only shows Karen coming close to John's car, and no fragments or pieces of a broken taillight were discovered in John's driveway. Look at it, frame by frame.
And no fragments or pieces were discovered in the lawn of 34 Fairview or in the road in front of 34 Fairview until a couple of days later.
You tell me whether or not the O'Keefe vehicle, the left rear wheel, does not jetson forward upon impact and return to its previous position. Police did discover pieces of taillight where O'Keefe was allegedly hit.
All right. And now one more clip. This is Karen herself on Nightline.
Happy, having fun, laughing, just very normal.
Did you ever feel you were
Sorry, the Today Show.
No.
Later, Karen and John were invited to the home of a fellow Boston cop. Neither knew him well. What happened next is disputed. Karen says they pulled up to the house and she waited in her SUV while John went to check things out. She says she watched him go to the door, put his head inside.
Now, Higgins wasn't even a factor in this yet.
Then, nothing.
I texted him, I called him, and within minutes of him exiting my car, is not answering his phone. Minutes. So
What happens next?
I left.
She drove home, fell asleep. When she woke early, John wasn't there. She went out searching at 6 a.m.
She went out
found
searching.
him lying unresponsive in the snow and bitter cold in front of the home where she dropped him.
His eyes were swollen shut. He had blood.
Okay, so let's go back to the inconsistent statement.
Bro, her YouTubing is crazy. You guys want to hear something funny? I actually started YouTubing by paneling with her. That's how I started. I started on YouTube by paneling with this fucking moron here. Then I woke up. Didn't take me too long. But you look at this person's skills as far as being a creator. It's just mind-blowing. Like no room for actually trying to improve, no effort in being a better YouTuber. It's unbelievable. It's so funny to watch her lack of evolution here years later.
So this is the problem for Karen Reed. Her father went on Nightline and said she knew she struck something. That's problem number one. Well, problem number one is she actually did something, hit something, and that was her boyfriend on that road.
Idiot.
Because the Commonwealth is going to produce a telematics report proving that Karen Reed went 60 feet in reverse, 24 miles an hour.
And it's also been made public as of recent that Brian Higgins' Jeep was allegedly parked right behind there, right in front of the mailbox. So explain to me at 60 miles or 60 feet at 24 miles per hour in the snow how she was able to hit John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's body doesn't strike Higgins' plow in front of his Jeep, or her SUV not hit Higgins' plow in front of his Jeep. How is that physically possible? How is that even physically possible? I'll give you a hint. It's not.
So that's problem number one. She did hit something. She hit her boyfriend. Problem number two, her father went on Nightline. She went on Nightline. Her father went on Nightline and said, well, she knew she hit something. She knew she struck something. And he tried to
That's
claim
not what he said.
that she hit John's car in the driveway, which
that's not what he
we
said.
know.
That's not what he said. He said she thought she hit something. She said she thought she hit something.
Based on the testimony of John's friend by the last name of Camerano, that John purposely moved his car over to that far end of the driveway, up and out of the way of Karen's car. So when you pull in, John had one of those driveways where you pull in straight and you make a left to go in the garage. And he had what looks to me to be one larger door to the right and a smaller door to the left. So a 3-car garage. On the one to the left, he had a classic car. And then
Thank you, Grandmaster Sid Sophos. Yeah. Grandmaster Sid Sophos has been with me since the beginning, man.
to the right was Karen, where Karen kept her car.
Karen,
And who knows, maybe he had lawnmower and whatnot in there. But he pulled his car out, being a gentleman, so she could pull her car in. And that's interesting now that I'm thinking about that, because she drove to meet him at the bar. So I'm curious why he did that. Well, I guess I could figure that out later. So he pulls his car out and he moves his car up and over and out of the way of her car. The woman was staying there 3 to 4 nights a week for 2 years. So she knew how to pull out of that driveway and not do what she did. Back straight out.
Yeah.
She'd likely made that pull in and pull out
What
hundreds of
the fuck
times.
is she even talking about?
She could have pulled out the exact same way she came in.
What the fuck is she
So
even talking
I'm
about?
sorry,
Right now?
anybody believing, including her dad, that it was necessary for her to pull completely straight out the way she did and get as close as she did to John's car is just stupid. That's just stupid. Common sense tells you that's a lie. She could have pulled out the way she pulled in.
Oh my God.
So what does that tell you? She staged that pulling out. She staged it to make it look like she was hitting his car.
Your dad staged his pulling out. Shut up.
That's guilt. That's guilty behavior after the fact. Trying to cover up, trying to stage a way that you broke your taillight, but not really thinking it through completely.
Oh my God.
And now I'm beginning to wonder if when she drove back, because the Commonwealth is going to prove that too. They're going to prove that when she did that, when she pulled out of that.
I can't wait for the Commonwealth to fucking prove something other than that it was snowing.
That garage and she left, she drove right back to 34 Fairview and found him dead. And then went back and started the whole chain.
So I have almost 6,500 people watching right now, if you count both YouTube and Twitter watching. Okay. And I'd say, just to be generous, a good 85% of these people know Karen Reed wasn't driving. She hasn't even mentioned the fact that Jen McCabe was in the car and Carrie Roberts was in the car and that Karen Reed was in the back seat of her own vehicle when she saw John O'Keefe lying in the lawn at 34 Fairview. She doesn't know this. She's an expert here and has done all the research, but she doesn't even know this yet.
Chain of events where she pulled in Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe, woke up the niece, had the niece call these people, had Jen McCabe make the 911 calls. That's all distancing, folks. That's distancing of a guilty person.
I don't know if you were in here, Liz Reed. I don't know if you were in here, but she was sued for this already. She is in a $500,000 hole for the rest of her life for doing exactly what she's doing right now, but worse, actually. That's why I'm going over it, because I like to solidify these things. I like to memorialize these things, because if she ever gets into a pickle like she did before, it's here. And you can always come back and reference, because I have it. Don't you worry, Liz Reed. But if you sue her, you're not going to get any money from her, because she canceled Karen doesn't have any money. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got
Jam Cracker, your dad stage fully. Oh, yes. Yes, thank you for liking that zinger. Appreciate it. This lady's so stupid. Yeah, she's an idiot, Liz Reed. Don't you worry.
I'm wondering now if when she went back to 34 Fairview and found John's dead body, was she looking for those taillight pieces so she could put them in the drive?
Yeah, Liz Reed, she's of no consequence to anyone here, because she's been shut down. This is the most attention she's gotten in I don't even know how long. I just like to do this shit for two reasons. A, because it's fun. Because we don't have anything better to do right now, because we're waiting for the prosecution to completely blow this case by calling a minor up to the stand and grilling them. And B, because I'm fucking petty. I can't stand this woman, and I'm fucking petty. And this is just fun. As I said before.
Driveway, and she couldn't find them because they weren't found until the state police arrived later in the morning, because they were buried in a snow bank. Because when the plow came through, the plow pushed all the snow over to the side of the road and buried John's shoe and buried the pieces of the taillight. Did she go back looking for pieces of taillight?
What?
She then claims she only had 4 drinks.
Oh my God.
But the state is also going to prove that she was relatively drunk. Now, I've theorized that she's an alcoholic. Of course, I don't know that, but
Okay.
I can.
Here's another little tidbit of information. Canceled Karen is an alcoholic. Canceled Karen is absolutely an alcoholic. She puts ice cubes in her wine, for fuck's sake. She drinks boxed fucking wine and puts ice cubes in it. This is a fact. This isn't a rumor. It's a fact. For pain and suffering through this BS. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it.
Can see it, but I can't prove that. But if she is, she'd have a high tolerance. But the way the state is going to do it, as they've outlined in the probable cause affidavit, is they have an expert who's going to testify to this retrograde testing, because they didn't take her blood until she was in the hospital in the morning. And BT Dubs, she was in the hospital because her dad had her sectioned and put in the hospital because she was hysterical, out of her mind, repeating herself over and over. and making crazy statements. And so when she was sectioned and put in the hospital, they drew her blood. But this was 8, 9 in the morning by that point. So what the hospital did and what these experts did is they did a sort of retrograde test to prove what her blood alcohol level would have been at 12:30 in the morning when it is believed she backed up and killed John.
Because that's credible evidence right there, right? Because that's credible evidence. We're gonna tell a fucking jury what her blood alcohol level would have been. Because that's a jury's gonna look at that and go, oh, okay.
And her defense has really fought and pushed back at this because their only real argument they can make is that the blood wasn't drawn per what's the word they used, an accredited. It wasn't drawn, even though it was done in a hospital by a nurse in a hospital. They're desperate to kind of keep that out too. They want to keep out.
It wasn't done by an accredited. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But they concluded that what her blood alcohol level would have been. Okay.
About the fact that she had had a lot to drink. They both had had a lot to drink. Again, common sense should tell you alcohol.
I love when retarded people talk to me about common sense. This shit is so fun to me.
Anger and vehicles don't mix. You need to ask yourself, ye of the FKR cult, you need to ask yourself, what's more likely? Is it more likely that this was a domestic violence, which is extremely common, by the way? Is it more likely that this was a domestic violence incident between a man and a woman? And we know, right? You, Johnny Depp.
Thank you, Maris Whitaker. Oh, yeah, by the way, she's going to mention Johnny Depp because she thinks that Johnny Depp was a liar and an abuser and that Amber Heard was an innocent victim and all of that. Just for the record, by the way. Maris Whitaker says Karen was so drunk she even staged the broken taillight. I mean, yeah, amazing. Thank you. Appreciate it, Maris.
Johnny Depp people who constantly like to accuse Amber Heard of abusing Johnny Depp, which is horseshit, in my opinion. But you know that women can abuse and kill men, right? So is it more likely that this was a domestic violence incident? She was angry. And the state.
I love that I didn't even have to do that. I love that I didn't even have to do that. That she just saved me from the trouble of having to do that. Like to have that she just compared Amber Heard, the Amber Heard case, to this, where she's like, Amber Heard's not an abuser, but Karen Reed is. Great. Thank you for that. I'll just let that speak for itself, folks. 6,500 people watching. I'll just let that speak for itself.
State's going to put on evidence to that too. It's coming. It's coming. All those voicemails and text messages she left in the aftermath of backing up into her boyfriend. I hate you. I effing hate you. You're an effing pervert. Go to effing hell. They're going to be horrific. And they're going to really outline the rage that is simmering, barely simmering. It's barely beneath the surface. It's simmering and bubbling in this woman. And I'm going to show you a video tonight.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I fucking love that clip. Um, um, let's see. Data Zulik. I hope I said that right. Pretty please say to my friend, sexy Susie in Wisconsin. Justice for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Okay, so here we go. Sexy Susie in Wisconsin. Justice for John O'Keefe. Free Karen Reed. There you go. Thank you, Dana. Appreciate you. Okay. Let me just go ahead and do this here. So is the child testimony over? Someone said that in chat. I'm gonna leave this up just in case it is. No, I'm not gonna stream Turtle Boy. I mean, if you guys want to go watch Turtle Boy, that's okay. I'm not gonna be mad at nobody for that. This is not a competition, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful to a creator who I have collaborated with and am happy to collaborate with in the future, you know, by streaming their content. I'm not going to do that. Um, so yeah, if you want to go over there and listen to Turtle Boy read those notes, please, I'm not going to be mad at nobody for that. No problem. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you. Let me put this up here just for a moment. All right. Sorry about that, folks. So let me see what I can pull up here on Twitter. All right. Yeah, I'll go over those notes later. I don't want to take views away from Turtle Boy right now. So I would, if I had to guess right now, if I had to guess, I would say that given the time that they are on their morning break, which usually lasts about maybe 10-15 minutes. Yeah, Bobby Swain, I'm with you on that. You know what I'm gonna do? No, lunch isn't gonna. They usually don't call lunch until 1 o'clock. So um, so yeah, the kids are done testifying, as far as I know, and they won't. Yeah, they won't. I would imagine that they're on their morning break. It's about that time, so we'll just have to wait for them to come back. And in the meantime, let's see something here real quick. Does anyone want to call in? This number right here, you can call in and give me your thoughts. I haven't done that in a minute. Probably get more in the habit of doing that. But if anybody wants to call in, they can. Number is 865-263-3896. Oh, defense did cross. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will, it's Jen in Boston.
Hey, Jen in Boston.
I just wanted to tell you that I walked into the D&E just to see what it was all about
Uh-huh.
and saw Colin.
Oh, wow.
My face, it was obvious. My face just completely went white. He had to run out of there.
Oh, that bad, huh?
I was just scared. I was face to face. It could be a murderer.
I mean, he could be. I mean, but anybody you see walking down the street could be a murderer, you know?
I understand that, but we're not facing that.
Mm,
We don't know.
good point. Good point.
But anyway, love your show.
Love you listening. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is David from Missouri.
David from Missouri. What part of Missouri are you from, buddy?
Oh, a little town called Maywood.
Maywood. Okay, I don't know it. I'm actually originally from St. Louis, so that's why I was curious.
I kind of figured you was when you mentioned you knew about the Screaming Eagle.
Yeah, Screaming Eagle, man.
Yeah, I kind of figured you was.
When I was a
close
kid,
by
that was the biggest roller coaster in existence. It was the largest one.
made out of wood.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that thing's still there. They replaced with another wooden one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So my question is, how come all these close cops that goes to everyone's funeral from states away and everything? How come these bastards didn't go to his funeral?
That's a good question. And why is there no Boston police presence in the courtroom? If it's a common consensus that Karen Reed is guilty, wouldn't they want to see justice for their fallen brother in blue?
Well, you bet. They're afraid they're going to be taken out in handcuffs.
Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion it's because Brian Albert has a lot of, connections in the Boston Police Department, and they don't want to be caught in the middle. They're afraid.
Oh, it's.
Oh, you're cutting out, buddy.
Okay, I'm going to move right here and make sure. But
Okay.
is that better?
Yeah, it is. It's much better.
Okay. No, it's all going to come light. It has to. I mean, come on.
Right. It's pretty obvious.
Ridiculous. Yeah, for sure.
How did you first hear about this? How did you first hear about this case?
Well, I caught on to it a long time ago, and then I started. I ran across Turtle Boy, then I ran across you. Because a lot of times he was out, and I just can't stop listening to y'all. It's you just can't get away from it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, once you start hearing all the facts, and then you start seeing the testimony and the lack of consistencies in the testimonies, it's pretty compelling, isn't it?
Oh, it's just unreal. I got other people hooked to it. It's too damn obvious.
Right.
To me, but I don't know. It is just so aggravating. And the thing, I every now and then when they show her family, Do you think they've kind of went from, oh hell, she didn't do it? I'm talking about his family.
His family, right. The O'Keefes, right.
You think they're starting to realize they killed her son?
You know, my opinion on that is, you know, they've been lied to and duped for 2 years by a system that they have had faith in their entire lives. So I would imagine that it's difficult for them to change their minds like that, you know, and to get that to change their opinions based on investigations from such a controversial personality like Turtle Boy, you know. So that's why I give them a lot more grace than a lot of people do, you know. And to me, the conclusion that I come to is, you know, in their own time, you know, they have a right to feel how they feel about it, and it's not my place to dictate how they should feel and how they shouldn't feel. You know, that's just my opinion.
Right. But I think they're starting to realize something just ain't right here.
Right. I mean, how could they not? You know?
Yeah. Well, and I hope they get the answers, but yeah, I'm hoping there's going to be a Perry Mason moment in this where they're able to lock down just exactly how it happened.
Right. Agreed. And I think what do you think of the defense? What's your most like gotcha moment for you that sticks out in your mind the most following this?
Well, honestly, it has to be the screwed up DOS or how long it takes to die in the code.
Right.
Why in the hell would she be doing that at 2 or whatever in the morning? She don't even know he's out there.
Right.
Supposedly. So to me, that they're waiting to make sure he dies.
Right.
I mean, to me, that's
it seems like common sense, right? That and it begs the question, why didn't anyone see him lying out there? If they saw Karen Reed's vehicle do literally everything except the crime in question, but didn't see John O'Keefe's body out there, how could that be possible? You know?
Yeah, especially like that, like someone mentioned a black blob. Well, there you go. It was a black blob in white snow. Someone would have noticed it sooner if it was there.
Right. You didn't notice it on the way in, but you noticed it on the way out, and then you didn't say anything? Like, come on.
Yeah, didn't the plow driver whatever come through and he didn't see it?
Yeah, well, right. The Lucky Loughran, he has yet to testify too. So this we haven't even, what's fascinating to me is we haven't even gotten to the defense yet. This is just cross-examination from the defense addressing the prosecution's own witnesses.
Okay, now at the end of the prosecution, I mean, the defense can actually ask for it to be dropped and over with, right?
Well, here's the thing about that is I don't know how long and how close you followed before the trial started, but the defense filed a motion for dismissal and disqualification of the Norfolk County DA. So,
right.
And Judge Bev denied the motion, and you know, and gave excellent reason as to why, and they have beyond proven beyond proven the case that they stated in that motion. So why is this still going on is the question. Why hasn't Judge Bev put a stop to this yet?
And Judge Bev, what's up with her?
Yeah.
And what happened in all other court cases when there's an objection, they ask why they object. Here they don't. They just object, and she, you know, it's just unreal. I mean, objection on what grounds? Ain't that normally the way it works? They give an explanation on why they're objecting.
Right.
But she don't even allow that.
Yeah. I mean, it's really crazy. She's really, you know, seems to be very biased towards the prosecution. Seems to be holding their hand. You know, she's a lot nicer, a lot less short with the prosecution.
Exactly.
and it's and you know, it's as if she doesn't think that the jury can see this. So
Right. Well, she'll be remembered for this. Now, when is
right, yeah, this is her legacy. I keep saying that this is the a very high profile case. This is going to be the case that she's remembered for. So it's kind of crazy that she's behaving in this way and calling this case the way that she has been
on TV?
Right, on TV, everywhere, all over the internet.
Right. Now, here's the thing: who broke the light inside the garage and took the parts?
Oh, I don't remember the guy's name. The chat's gonna blow me up with it right now because they know. But the somebody inside that somebody who like the law enforcement agents, they didn't know how to remove the housing from there, and then somebody else did. And Sean McDonough, who has a channel called Going Through the Motions, he's a former DEA agent, and he had Brian Wanless, and he had he before this was even public, he had a source that that told him about this Wanless guy and what happened. And that source, I think, was named Peter Murphy. Great guy, seems like. And thank you guys in the chat. Appreciate it. They didn't know how to remove the housing for the taillight, and he removed the housing for the taillight, and they only took pictures. They only took pictures of the taillight once the housing was removed.
Okay. Well, wasn't there a picture there of, I guess it was sitting inside the garage, and it looked like there was a line going across it, damaged, where it looked like somebody took something and just
right. So the housing was
broke it.
Right, exactly. So the housing was removed on top of the fact that it looked like there were scratches from them removing the housing of the taillight.
Yeah, but it looked like there was a crease in there, like they took some kind of handle or something and just smashed it and right there and picked up the pieces, unless I was just seeing something I wasn't seeing. But it looked like there was a long mark along the side where it looks like they hit it with a ball bat or something.
Huh.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen that picture, but that's what it looked like to me, because that son of a bitch was broken out.
Wow.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And
And so the police chief, I thought at first, well, maybe he's a part of this.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about
Berkowitz,
yeah. Like, you're gonna tell me that he just happened by 34 Fairview and was like, oh, look, a piece of taillight. That's
exactly.
not, come on, that's not suspicious. Give me a fucking break, man. That's, yeah.
And wasn't it more than one time? Wasn't it a couple of days later you found more parts, pieces?
Yeah. No,
it's
what happened was, as I understand it, Berkowitz initially finds this piece, and then Proctor goes back doing
Proctor.
Yeah, 5 undocumented searches, five different occasions, undocumented, found other pieces of the taillight on 5 separate occasions.
Yeah.
So
I can't wait for Proctor.
Oh yeah,
my God.
That's the testimony that we're
gonna
all
wish
waiting
he was
for.
at a proctologist after they get done with his ass. They're going to ream him. It's going to be must see. Now, why did they have it just today and not the rest of the week?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know
Why
what's
did they
going
hold
on.
it off one more day so her attorney could have been here today, because he's at some kind of function, right?
Oh, Jackson?
Alan Jackson.
Yeah, I don't know. He's for some personal reasons or whatever, he couldn't be there today, but I think Yanetti's handling things real well. I mean, he was a bulldog with Higgins on the stand there. He was like right off the bat, like, I'm not in the mood for any bullshit here. I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions, and I just want yes or no. I'm not playing this fucking game with you today. We don't got time for that shit.
No, I think he probably, oh God, the Bulldog's not going to be here. I'm going to have it easy. To his surprise, the other lawyer, Bulldog, too.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, man, it was fun talking to you, and yeah, I just can't get away from this.
All right, man. It was great talking to you too, man. Thanks for calling in and thanks for listening. I appreciate you.
All right, you bet. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we're not taking any more calls because court is about to resume and Boston 10 is slipping. So, but this is live, it's not paused. And let me remove that real quick. Yeah, no, yeah, I love all the callers that called in, man. That was great. And no, I'm not streaming Law and Crime, man. Justin Rice is on the stand. Hold on. This is getting on my nerves. I might have to do it. I might have to. I don't like doing it, but
2000.
Oh, we're back. Okay, here we
And
go.
where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad was concerned?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And it's where you've given like didactic or individual cases. Assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that to the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation. 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on it.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that? Do you recognize that to be?
Is a transcription or a copy of dictated, and on the front page is also a called like a code sheet.
That's
which
not me. Boston 10 sucks today. Sorry.
I've signed off on detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the
Yes.
and Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Boston 10 is slipping right now, and I don't stream Law and Crime, and I don't stream court TV trials because they like to strike people. And the fact that they haven't stricken any channels is surprising to me so far. So I don't know what their problem is. I don't know what's going on with Boston 10. And Law and Crime isn't even up? Really? Here, let me do this real quick. Can you guys fix your feed? There we go. Say hi to everybody.
Here you go, doctor. This is for you.
Thanks.
Hey, hi.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest, is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask, you're familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart for Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what if anything you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to.
Okay, guys, this guy's a doctor, not a public speaker. Give him a break. And the jury needs to hear this stuff so that it establishes credibility as to his profession. It's necessary, unfortunately. So just try to be patient, please. Thank you.
The treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more
I'm a
squeeze,
doctor, not a politician, damn it.
And
Doing the best I
also
can.
to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
I know what rectal means.
So, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as such?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr.
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document.
The guy's an ER doctor. People, give him a break, man. he didn't ask to be up there, He got subpoenaed. He's the ER doctor that worked on John. It is what it is.
And I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that?
He's not here to entertain you.
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
Sir, if I could just stop you there. As far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury? what
Sure.
that
So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when
Abrasions.
You use that term abrasions, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
Right. Not blunt force trauma,
And under
by the way.
Neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, where does the scale start? Where does it go to? And where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive. The lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you another document, just ask you to look at that to the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish.
Dan B, it's the ER doctor who worked on John
Gentlemen, first, do you
O'Keefe.
recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit or redact a copy of those records.
We're going to no objection subjects to the redactions.
Okay, thank you. This is exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note. So
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to Section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to Section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which again, involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients or all patients, vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to a Section 12 as far as A typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was an alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So but to answer your question, 93.
May I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just.
Yeah, guys, this is a trial. This isn't, I mean, if you're watching a baseball game, not all the innings are going to be exciting. Not everybody's going to get a base hit. You know what I mean? You're just going to have to chill and muster through it. It is what it is, man. This guy is an ER doctor. He's not an entertainer.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 pertains to contained within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir.
And
May I
yeah,
approach this retrieve, John?
Yes.
the prosecution's going to ask this guy questions about Karen's Section 12 because it's relevant to him trying to prove his case. As weak as his case is, it's relevant to it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Right, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th.
Jury doesn't know it yet, though.
I don't know if
Kay.
I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes,
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
that is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you.
I promise you this guy wants to get through this as quick as you do. He's doing the best he can. And yes, I realize people are saying, well, we already know she drank. Well, we know that. The jury doesn't know it yet. So you guys, we're just going to have to fucking sit through this shit. It just is what it is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Was that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No,
As you sit here today, don't
There
know
you
who
go.
collected the blood.
that's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood,
That would also be a fair assessment, yes,
and you don't know who submitted that to the lab.
correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not like collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Yeah, he referred to reports the whole direct questioning. So this guy, he's an ER doctor, man. He doesn't fucking remember anything. You know how many people he works on a night? He's pissed off. He has to sit up there and deal with this shit because he could be
You testified
sleeping
that you
or helping
treated Mr.
people.
O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for
Well, he can't say what the cause of the trauma was. He doesn't know. I mean, he can't say that he was hit by a car. He could say someone reported to me that he was hit by a car. Someone reported to me that he looked like he got hit by something. But even still, that's not admissible.
What I was trying to say, right, was that on my note it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
See, Karen already knows. Nope, that's not what it says. Look at Karen. You saw the smirk? Karen was like, nope, that's not what that shit says. This guy should be a good witness, but he's turning out to be a terrible witness, and not through fault of his own, really. I mean, it was 2 years ago. You know how many people this guy works on a night?
Yes.
Absolutely good for the defense, Bobby Swain. Absolutely good for the defense. He's not lying.
All right, so
he just doesn't know shit. He doesn't remember anything.
Yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the. So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
See what I mean? He's not dodging the questions in any way. He's not trying to cover his ass.
Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes,
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
yes.
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of a laceration above his eye, John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees. Correct.
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
He's got no skin
No
in this
injuries
game.
to his ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not.
There you
I'd
go.
I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture. Correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct. Yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm. Yes.
No further questions.
There you go. That's it.
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries
out,
or
man.
observations that don't
You were focused
coincide
on
with the
resuscitating him,
resuscitation
and you
effort, or
didn't give a
or
fucking
not
X-rays.
pertinent to
Just
that
say that.
resuscitative
It's
effort.
not that
answers
hard.
yeah, excuse me, if that
Jesus
answers your
Christ!
question.
Now I'm getting pissed.
So in
Come
that
on,
vein,
man.
it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal
Spit it
survey
out.
or something like
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey. No.
Right. Just
that.
say
You're more
that.
concerned
It's
with the
okay.
fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulsing, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Well, no. I mean, I'm
I'm going to direct your
like,
attention on Dr.
I don't think the guy's a liar. It's like, dude, why is it difficult for him to just simply say,
Read to yourself.
we weren't focused on giving him X-rays. We were focused on saving his
Would
life.
you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you?
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, comma, head trauma, comma, exposure to environmental cold.
Can I approach this to retrieve him?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You are all set.
Yeah, like there's nothing shady about his testimony. When he says, listen, people, when he says it's not, I don't know if that's fair to say. That means I can't sit here and say yes or no whether or not he had broken bones. I don't know.
Get as much of the testimony in as possible. So it's 10 minutes of 1. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? We'll see to say
All
yes.
right, so-
If that changes, just let Officer Delano.
So we're coming back from lunch at 4:30, and then,
All right, so the court,
or
please.
sorry, we're coming back from lunch at
You
1:30,
are
and then we're going until 4:30 today instead of 4. All right, so listen, people. I was losing my patience with the testimony because it's not that difficult to just fucking say, dude. Like, listen, man, I'm an ER doctor, okay? I wasn't sitting there inspecting the guy for fucking broken bones, you know. So when I say I don't know if that's fair to say, he didn't
As
say that's
far
not
as
fair to
the
say.
redactions
He said, I don't know if that's fair
that
to
you
say.
think should be there, Ms. Little, and you perhaps don't, Mr. Lally. I don't know if the testimony opened the door any on some of what may or may not have been there. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't seen it. So the two of you talk, and if you're not in agreement, I would like a copy of both by 1:15 so that I can decide it before it goes in, and then it will be the next exhibit, either with or without the additional redactions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. The guy has to refer back to his notes. There's nothing else that can be done. It is what it is. The guy is an ER doctor. He doesn't want to fucking be there testifying. He's not, he's there to save lives. Okay? So he's not sitting there going, oh, well, this person this and that person that and blah blah blah. He's the entire time he was on direct questioning, he was referring to his notes. He was referring to reports. He wasn't nothing was to his recollection. And then of course Eliza Little did exactly what any cross-examining attorney would do right then and there, which is go, okay, is there anything in that report that says anything about this, that, this, that, this, that? And then when she words it, because everything's about wording, when she words it like, so he didn't have any broken bones, and he answers, well, I don't know if that's fair to say. That's an honest answer because he didn't fucking do x-rays. He didn't perform any x-rays on him. He didn't notice a bone sticking out of his leg. He didn't notice, and no, he was not dodging. He was not dodging anything. He was simply saying, but by saying, I don't know if that is fair to say, that simply means I didn't conduct certain tests. I was focused on resuscitation. Period. The guy wasn't breathing. His heart wasn't beating. I needed to make sure that the guy was I needed to make sure that I could get the guy to try to get the guy to breathe and try to get his heart beating again. That's it. Now, the fact that he couldn't spit this shit out was annoying. I'm with you guys on that. Okay? Because it was very fucking simple. That examination could have taken half the fucking time. But I don't think, I agree with you, Cherry. I don't think that he was defensive at all whatsoever. He was somewhat defensive when it comes to his expertise, when it comes to being questioned whether or not he was doing his job, when it comes to whether or not he was qualified to do his job. That's stuff anybody would have gotten defensive about to some degree. And I don't think that he was bad about that. And no, I don't think he seemed dodgy. Just because the guy was a witness for the prosecution did not mean that he had something to hide. So that's why I was saying, please try and be patient. Let's get through it. But at that point, it's just like, dude, like, why can't you just fucking say, I don't, I didn't do x-rays on the guy. So when he says, I don't know if that's fair to say, that means he doesn't know that it's fair to say. He didn't say that's not fair to say. He said, I don't know if that's fair to say, meaning I didn't conduct the proper examination, the full examination that it would take to make a diagnosis of a broken leg or a broken ankle or a broken rib or any injuries from the neck down. He did not make the proper, he did not conduct the proper procedure to make a thorough diagnosis. That's important to keep in mind. So was the guy frustrating when I'm sitting here and I trip over my own words all the time? I'm talking up here. I have brain farts all the fucking time, and I'm getting annoyed with hearing a doctor struggle with simply saying something as simple as, I didn't conduct x-rays because I was too busy trying to save his fucking life. My focus was simply on getting him breathing, getting his heartbeat going again, not... Oh, come on, buddy. Why do you always lean against the desk to scratch yourself, buddy? I was not focused on assessing his injuries. This guy had a patient come in, and there was nobody telling him that this was under suspicious circumstances. We need you to conduct a thorough examination of this man. That's not what happened. That wasn't he. As far as he was concerned, he was like any other patient that was unresponsive. Then he needed to focus on making that patient responsive again. That's it. That's what his job is. Matter of fact, I would have found it almost suspicious if he would have been assessing every single thing. Other than that, I'd been like, wouldn't your focus? And let's be honest, people, we all would have been doing that. We all would have been sitting here questioning this guy, no matter what the fuck he said. And, if this guy sat there and said, yes, I looked at his bones and I basically bent his leg to see this way and blah, 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 I would have been like, he wasn't fucking breathing. Shouldn't you been focused on making the guy breathe again? I would have found it weird and suspicious that he wouldn't have been 150% focused on bringing John back to a responsive state. That's it. So no, I'm not going to sit here and shit all over the guy because and make him seem suspicious. The only thing that even remotely seemed suspicious was because he said, I believe in my notes, it said something to the effect of that an EMT might have said that he was hit by a car. That's when Karen reacted and went, nope. And then she let Eliza Little know, no, he didn't. Look at the report. And that's it. I mean, because anything else would have been hearsay. Anything else would have been hearsay. That would have been something that Eliza Little or David Yannetti could have objected to and simply said, okay, whoa. Meaning if he would have testified and EMT told me that he got hit by a car. Up, hearsay. What EMT was that? Did this EMT write a report and put that in the report? I mean, so the only thing that this guy that mattered at all was anything that he put in his report. What's up, Sleuthy Goose? Good to see you. The only thing that mattered is whatever this guy put in a fucking report. That's it. So Eliza Little did a fantastic job. Okay, you're referring to your report? All right, well, let's look at your report. Is there anything in there about a broken ankle? Is there anything in there about a broken leg? Is there anything in there about broken ribs? Is there anything in there about broken hips? So on and so forth. No, 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 no. And let's compare that to Brian Higgins' testimony. Is there anything in there about this and this? And well, I don't know if I said that, and I don't know if this and this and this. That shit is suspicious. He didn't do that. This doctor did not do that. He simply said, no, it's not in here. Nope, that's not in here either. Nope, that's correct. That's not in here. Beautiful. Done. So there was nothing in there incriminating, nothing at all. Because as soon as he talked about, he was asked direct questions about Section 8 and Karen Reed, whether or not she was Section 12, excuse me. Section 12, is there anything in there about it? Blah, 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 blah. He answered that. But Eliza Little asked a very, 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 very important manner of questioning. Do you remember Karen Reed coming in there? Do you remember talking Karen? Do you remember anything about Karen Reed coming into that hospital? My man was like, no, I don't. He wasn't dodgy about that. He could have been like, well, it was a long night and it was blah, blah, blah. I worked 2 shifts at the same, two shifts back to back. I was in the middle of a 24-hour shift, blah, 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 or reaching the end of a 24-hour shift. He didn't do any of that. He was just like, nah, I don't remember. Easy peasy. Another useless witness for the prosecution. Yes, it's the Commonwealth that wants the manner of death redacted from the death certificate, not the defense. Because the manner of death says undetermined. So if it's undetermined, that doesn't help the prosecution. That helps the defense. If it says undetermined, that means he could have died of anything. He could have died of anything. I'm going to leave you guys with Karen Reed's biggest fan real quick. Give me a second. All right. So they're at lunch right now. And they're at lunch right now, but they're coming back in less than 30 minutes. So it's going to be a short lunch. Let's check out and see what's going on with.
That she has recently added to this, and that she had quite a bit of
Tom
contact
CPU.
with Jen McCabe in the last couple of weeks, and that never once did either of them raise a hand in anger, and that's that. So that's what happened today. We are going to get back in there for the rest of the.
So, Sleuthy Goosey actually works in the medical field. I think Sleuthy Goosey's actually a nurse, or a nurse's assistant, or something to that effect. But she works. Sleuthy, please clarify that in the chat for me. But Sleuthy works in the medical field, and I believe has experience, if not current experience, if not past experience, if not current experience, in emergency rooms. So I'm going to take what she says as credible.
Rest of the terror. But
Let's hear what Turtle Boy said
in the
about
house for a short morning when
the child's testimony. While we wait,
that sometimes took.
and question looked at it. I don't want to hear my dumb ass.
If Karen was to took care of them, he said yes. That the relationship was sometimes tough and sometimes good between Karen and John. That there were disagreements and yelling that happened, quote unquote, frequently, more towards the end. He says that she was, quote, nice most of the time.
Thank you, Sleepy.
Lally asks if there were not so nice times between John and Karen, to which the defense objected and led to a sidebar because that's a stupid question. And he said that that there was a few times that he got in trouble and yelled at by Karen, but he said that when she got mad at him for taking a long time to eat food. So this is the stupid conversation that's going on in there right now, and that she would ignore them and kind of go away and just when she was mad at them. He doesn't recall if the fights led to her leaving the house. He said that the Aruba arguments were nothing crazy. That when he came back to Meadows Ave, everyone
Totally
looked
agree.
down and sad, and that Paul informed him what happened because he did not sleep in the house that night. He says that Karen looked sad and was crying at the kitchen table, and there were a couple others. He said that there was a computer upstairs because they always talk about this computer and insinuate she deleted ring camera footage. That there was a computer upstairs in the office, and that he doesn't remember if the defendant had an account. They called her the defendant, which is pretty gross. Both kids were coached to call her the defendant, and but he doesn't remember if she had an account. So if she doesn't have an account, then she couldn't have deleted the ring camera footage as these idiots like to suggest she did. They said that Lally asks if the phone was connected to the vehicle. He started asking stupid questions about the center console. The highlight was this. David Dinetti on cross-examination asked her one question. Did John or Karen ever raise a hand in anger towards each other? He said no. And then he said, quote, I'm sorry that you were made to come here today. And the prosecution immediately objected to that, but it was pretty powerful. A lot of people were like, wow. He said, I'm sorry that you were made to come here today. Now, the girl went next after that. She testified for longer. The usual nonsense about what's your favorite subject, how long you've been living with your grandparents. She said they met in 2020 for the first time. She definitely was a worse witness for Karen than the brother. She says that her relationship was with Karen Reed was, quote, dependent on the day, and that she was closer with the brother than she was with her. She says that it was good at the beginning, but it was, quote unquote, toxicity towards the end. He says that she also refers to Karen as the defendant. She said that John will walk away from fights, but that Karen will, quote, follow him and keep yelling like normal people, like welcome to relationships, I guess. She says that Karen would defend the brother during arguments and not her. She said that she was closer with John and the brother was closer with Karen. It was weird. And
that happens.
During the Aruba trip, that they argued in front of her about the smooching with Marietta situation, and they says that
I can't believe they asked the kid about that.
He asked Karen to leave the house one night, and Karen said no, and that John said the relationship will run its course, and then locked himself in his room for 34 minutes, and Karen didn't leave. So, welcome to relationships. He says that Karen was wanted to know if she knew when ring cameras were installed.
How did
and
the
he said
kid
that
know
John had
34
access
minutes?
to it and offered the kids access to it and Karen access to it, and they all said no. So both kids testified that Karen does not have access to that ring camera video. He says
There
that
you
Karen
go.
woke her up at 4:30 and told her to call Jen McCabe that morning, and that Jen McCabe had texted her in the past because she was her coach, that Karen was saying, and this is interesting. She said that Karen was saying, what could have happened? And maybe I did something. Maybe a snowplow hit him. Maybe I hit him. Did I hit him? We're going to get to that 1 second. Lally asks if the vehicle has a backup camera, like, duh. And she said the defendant, this is the kid says this, the defendant was a lot more like, just
Wow.
like, very like, she seemed like she was on meds and wasn't sitting still and almost shaky that morning.
Jesus, the
like
poor
somebody had
kids
just
were
died or something.
coached
When
so
Jen
bad.
was talking, she said that Jen was calm. So it
Lolly's
didn't get
such a
worked up,
piece of shit.
and told her that John probably went to someone else's house. That's what she told this girl. She knew exactly where John was, dying on that lawn, and she told her that John probably was sleeping at someone else's house. This is at 5:30 in the morning when they went back there. That later on, when Karen came back, she was only at the house for a short period of time and went upstairs by herself. They frequently bring this up, and it's like that's when she deleted the ring camera footage. But both kids testified she didn't have access to that. She said that she gave the kid a hug and said, "I feel like I'm living in a nightmare," and left. She said that Yannetti asked her if she said, maybe I hit him. And she said she was interviewed on 2/22/22 and never mentioned, maybe I hit him. So that she was interviewed at the DA's office and never mentioned anything about maybe I hit him. It was like, this is a new thing that she has recently added to this. And that she had quite a bit of contact with Jen McCabe in the last couple of weeks. And that never once did either of them raise a hand in anger. And that's that. So that's what happened
So
today.
Jen McCabe has
We are
been
gonna
in these kids'
get back
ears
in
for the
there
last couple of
for the rest
weeks.
of the testimony, but obviously we weren't allowed to live tweet anything. So just wanted to report that. I'm going to post this in a series of tweets, and that's that. All right. Peace, guys.
All right. So. All right. So.
I am convinced that's why he's so scared. Not because it's being televised, not because it's national. He is petrified what the McAlberts are going to do to him and his career if he doesn't say exactly what they want him to say. Am I making myself clear? Do you understand? Did you see? I think that dude is on coke or something because he just kept he had you know those dry sniffles when you've got
I feel
coke
like
up your nose and you got the dry sniffle.
I don't necessarily agree with Larry there, but and make sure to sub to both Tom CPU and Larry the DUI guy. The DUI guy is the name of Larry's channel. Make sure to sub to them both, but I don't necessarily agree with him there because I feel like that dude would have been talking a lot faster.
Sniffles. There's no
Okay.
All
right. Okay. Okay. So now let me I'm gonna read Ted Daniels notes on his tweets on the minor's testimony here. He's got quite a bit here. So Ted Daniel posted a quick copy over of some of the handwritten notes from the testimony of two minor children. Minor one, teen boy. Minor one says he witnessed lots of disagreements and arguments, quote unquote. Minor one on Karen Reed. She was nice sometimes, most of the time. Minor one, ADA Lolly asks, so this is all minor one up until it gets to, I'm not going to keep saying minor one. ADA Lolly asks how Karen Reed would act if she was upset. The minor posted or responded being ignored or not looking at you. He said that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed argued on a Florida trip and Aruba trip. Also says on the morning of 1/23, January 23rd, when Karen Reed came to John O'Keefe's house, that she looked sad and was crying. Okay. And then said, asked about the screen on Karen Reed's Lexus. And the minor said, I assume backup camera. And then the minor confirmed that David Yannetti confirmed for David Yannetti on cross that he never saw John O'Keefe or Karen Reed raise a hand at each other in anger. Yannetti says, I'm sorry you were made to come here today. The teen girl, the minor 2, was asked about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's relationship. Good at the beginning, but it was bad at the end. And also says, remembers fight in Maruma and yelling in the room. Lolly asked if she heard if Karen Reed had access to computer in the upstairs room. And then she responded, I don't think that the defendant had an account on the computer, but she could go in the room. Interesting. So, and then says at 4:30 a.m. on 129, she says that the defendant woke me up at 4:30 in the morning. Said that Karen Reed asked her to call Jen McCabe and others. During one call, she says that Karen Reed said, maybe I hit him. Did I hit him? And then that morning, the teen girl says that Karen Reed seemed like she was on edge, and I have never seen her that frantic. She was like pacing around. Jennifer McCabe presented to me as relaxed. And she says the garage wouldn't close that morning, and said that Karen Reed came back to John O'Keefe's house after leaving the hospital and at some point went upstairs. And then she went on to say that she never saw or spoke to Karen Reed after that. And then she said that Karen Reed said she felt like she was living in a nightmare and left. And then Yannetti on cross said, did not mention Karen Reed's. Maybe I hit him. Wait a second. Defense attorney Yannetti said that minor 2 did not mention Karen Reed's. Maybe I had hit him. Did I hit him? Statement during 222 interview in the DA's office. Okay. She was totally coached. And then David Yannetti asked her about her conversations with Jen McCabe. And then she said she knows Jennifer McCabe through her daughter in sports teams that Jen McCabe coached. And then she told David Yannetti that Jennifer McCabe has not asked her about her testimony. And that she says neither Karen Reed or John O'Keefe ever raised a hand in anger. Okay. So the fact that they referred to Karen Reed as the defendant speaks volumes to me. Speaks absolute volumes that the minors referred to Karen Reed. These children referred to Karen Reed as the defendant. I think that speaks volumes. And also, what also sticks out to me here, let me go over this a little bit. Let me just breeze through this as much as I can here. Good at the beginning, but bad at the end. So, I mean, again, that sounds coached. And then, and I get what Lolly's trying to do here. He's trying to say that Karen Reed did not have access to the computer upstairs. But again, that backfires because on one hand, you could look at it like John O'Keefe had trust issues with Karen Reed. But here's the thing is I don't give a fuck if we've been married for 25 fucking years. I'm going to have a computer that's mine and nobody is going to have access to it. You could fight and argue with me all fucking day about what's your password, and I'm going to be like, no, you're not getting my fucking password. Period. It's not going to happen. It doesn't mean that I don't trust you. It means that I don't trust anybody. It means that I have certain things that are, I have boundaries that make things mine, and I need to have things that are mine. Like my phone and my computer are mine. But what it also says is, as Turtle Boy pointed out, that they didn't have access to the cameras. That Karen Reed, the kids, or Karen Reed had access to the cameras. That only John O'Keefe had access to the cameras. Karen Reed could not have deleted any footage from the cameras. Period. End of story. Done. Zilch. Gone. Done. Shot down. All of it. The entire bullshit that they're trying to say that she deleted parts of the camera footage is absolute bullshit. And then, not to mention, let's keep in mind that Jen McKay testified that when they arrived at John O'Keefe's house, when Carrie Roberts pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV, when they got to John O'Keefe's house, that the first thing Karen Reed does is say, "Come here and look at my taillight. Look, it's cracked. Look, it's cracked." That didn't happen. We saw the footage. That never happened. And if the argument is, oh, well, it's in the deleted footage, well, what deleted footage? Who deleted it? Because the only people that could have possibly deleted it would have been investigators. It would have been any of the investigators. That's it. Nobody else. It would have been people who were able to access through forensic and breaking into who had knowledge of forensic investigations to access the computer and knew how to get into the computer and then delete it. That's the only way. But I don't think it was deleted. So Lolly's case is fucked. And what's really important here to remember, let's look at it like you're on the jury, people. So let's do that. Let's say you're on the jury and you don't know fucking anything about this case, right? Let's do that for a second. Okay? If you're on the jury and you don't know shit, and then you just watch these minor kids sit there on the stand, and then it leads to absolutely fucking nothing. What it looks like to the jury is that these kids were brought up there and put through another traumatic experience, put through the same traumatic experience, reliving a traumatic experience in a court of law where they shouldn't have been in the first fucking place, and having to relive a traumatic experience for nothing, for absolutely nothing. Lolly further traumatized these children for absolutely nothing, and the jury saw this. The jury absolutely saw this. Right now, that jury is looking at Lolly like he's public enemy number fucking one. This guy is a fucking menace. He is an absolute piece of shit. It benefited his case exactly, Sleuthy. It benefited his case in no way, shape, or form. It was absolutely pointless. And the only purpose that it seemed to serve at this point, the only purpose it could have served, was to put these children in a position to have to relive an already traumatic experience. We're talking about two children. We're talking about two children who lost their parents and then lost the person who they were still in the process of warming up to while still mourning their loss of their parents. They and then they lost him through a traumatic experience. Lolly absolutely fucked up by bringing those kids onto that stand. Don't forget, Carrie and Jen had his phone at the scene. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, this is just disgusting, man. This is just fucking gross, dude. Court should be coming back up in just a second, man. So hold on a second. Oh, the jury totally sees it. I mean, the jury totally sees it. If there is anyone on that jury, and I'm going to guess that everyone on that jury either has kids or has kids in their family or kids that they're close to in some way, shape, or form, kids that they are somehow emotionally connected to and are empathizing with those children. Like, if I'm sitting on that jury and I have even the slightest idea of how court works and how trials work, I'm going to go, this better be fucking good. Right off the bat, I'm going to be going, this better be fucking necessary. I'm so mad that those kids were brought up to that stand. I'm so fucking mad about that right now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're teenagers. One of them's a teenager, one of them's not a teenager. But it doesn't matter. Like, even a teenager, any minor kid, hell, a teenager, even an 18-year-old who went through that shouldn't have to be put through that. I felt so bad. I remember when I covered the Letitia Stout trial for the murder of Gannon Stout, an 11-year-old boy, Letitia Stout's daughter, the accused daughter, was put on the stand, and she was of age, and I felt bad for her. I felt so bad for her having to testify. Oh my God. Man, those kids should have never been brought up on that stand, man. Those kids should have never been put through this again, the way that they were. Yeah, Harley, exactly. And you guys don't have in your ears what I got going on right now. Like, they're having audio issues and shit. There was this static going on right here. All right, we're coming back. Boston 10 needs to work that shit out. That shit's really annoying. I don't think the head wound needed to be discussed. Dave's channel. I get what you're saying. I feel where you're coming from. I really do. But I don't think it was necessary to discuss the head wound. Because you know, uh the doctor was brought up there just to basically refer to his notes. The fact that the head wound wasn't even discussed in the first place is only good for the defense. It's not good for the prosecution. So if it works either way. Like, if the prosecution failed to bring up the head wound, Well, then that's a slip up on the prosecution. If they avoided it, if they it looks if it even remotely looks like they were trying to avoid the head wound being discussed. Um, right, exactly. My thoughts exactly, Casey. Head wound not discussed by EMTs either. Right. If this is if this is avoided by the prosecution altogether, that's a bad look for the prosecution. Um, and and it's uh and it's basically for the defense. It's not it's not consequential at all whatsoever. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that'll happen once the medical examiner's called up, and they will be. That'll come up. I hope that helps Dave's channel. Keep in mind, guys, I'm not an expert in any way, shape, or form. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a layman at best. You know, so my opinions are as good as yours. Yeah, give me just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, folks. I'm gonna take Clubber out real quick. And I will be back shortly, but I'm gonna let this play because I'm sure court's gonna come back any minute. It's supposed to. It should be back already. But yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna take Clubber outside real quick, let him do his thing. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, I know she's never on time. But yeah. Just hang tight, guys. Thanks for sticking with me. I appreciate it. I'm gonna leave court running and then and I'll be right back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is back in session.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Step right up. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that
Okay.
any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. Okay. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into
okay.
it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay. Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate. I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with chief of resident in pathology in my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work from there?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearney?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015, but I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. Also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things, as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years, and there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window with it where the CIP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. When you, as probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, they could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, is there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so. No. No.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency department, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department of Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So we come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomists, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
This guy's a party animal,
Yes.
dude. I got to party with this guy.
Showing you two sets of documents. If you could just look at those.
Like this guy is speaking like as clearly and loudly as he can, and Bev is like picking on him. The guy's practically eating the mic.
Okay.
And just in general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomist, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
This guy's still got more game than Higgins.
Almost seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam
well,
Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits.
tricks are for kids.
What is 107, Madam Court
Karen.
Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to excuse me. I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to...
Hey, stranger.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Just
yes.
Sure.
Your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab result for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And what is it reported as, sir?
It is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is concerned?
Okay, so
before you do that, doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up. So that
Dude.
the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay. So at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process. The doctor will order the test. In the emergency
It's how he
room, we
talks,
have two
man. Like, give him a
phlebotomists down
break.
in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They
This
will
poor
then
guy, man.
locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw. And use a correct tube. They'll go through their process of the one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them
That's just
say it
bullying
out
this
loud
poor
to make
guy.
sure we have two forms of identification.
It's like,
Once
all I
that's
do is
confirmed,
handle
there's
blood.
also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Make sure before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for
All
alcohol.
right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is
Oh my fucking
fine,
God,
and then
lady.
it drops, and it's fine.
No,
and
it
then drops. So,
doesn't.
Paul, can we
His
turn the
voice
fans off,
doesn't
please?
fucking drop. Now you're gonna turn the
It's
fans
important
off?
that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the
Okay, I'm
microphone.
going to bring it really
He,
close.
he's eating
Alright,
the
so you'll be
fucking
better
thing,
with that.
Hopefully
lady.
you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too.
Dude, you're good,
Um,
man. Don't listen to this fucking
one
lady.
is
She
we make
sucks.
sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, a lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system. And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it, and that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells. There are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol, in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion of the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood. And the only way to get that plasma portion, or the watery solution of the blood, is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast. And it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's
They got liquid in a tube that separates the red blood cells from the
there is a
liquid
difference.
components, bro.
Whole
Like,
blood
any more
is
brain
basically
busters, guys?
The whole blood. If when somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Now, which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole blood, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. Some, if you look in the literature, it can be 86%, or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as a testing from the serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, I guess, the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate. We'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at
Yep.
your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
Objection.
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. So I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood, but there is a formula. I do know about it, and it's there is a if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist. It happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately, it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly.
Chlorophyll.
And then
More
the
like
final result,
Boroville.
when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
No, I will not make out with you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And that lab result done pursuant to the testing and the policies and the protocols and everything in your lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Wow.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, that must be exhausting.
That hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're in a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree. Not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
Ooh.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, some in in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any tests or lipids, high levels of lipids, or hemolysis, or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
All right, so there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any test that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH, and I can't imagine if why if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would there wouldn't be that high of a
As you testified, the goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that one that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything. No.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that a result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further on.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you. And I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh,
time about
okay,
your
I'm
voice.
sorry if I. Thank you.
Thank you.
And his name is John Cena!
I'll call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand.
Just making sure
maybe
you
we
guys are
approach this
still
while the
awake.
witness is coming in.
Yes.
You guys still awake or what? I don't know who this Nicholas Roberts guy is, though. Yeah, I don't know who this Nicholas Roberts character is. You're like, oh my God, Clara. I mean, you guys can hear me, but you can't see me. Did you see what I did there? Oh my God. I'm all excited because I'm about to eat Burger King and shit. So sorry, guys. I'm in a silly mood because I'm excited for my food. Did you see what I did there?
During the case down here, and true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
No problem.
Only Bev's gonna
All right,
get
Mr.
mad because
Lally.
Bev's a bully.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving a degree
Ooh.
from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands where I taught at a community college,
And what did you teach there?
mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different tests, and mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what, if any, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what, if any, proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under
we have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as a ISO 17025. But we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
Oh. So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, ones and twos, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes,
And were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now,
And when, if any, occasions where you receive blood samples in solo cups?
Concerns, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is the serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
Okay, approach the witness.
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that. Let's not finish.
So wait, in May of 2022 is when you assessed Karen Reed's blood alcohol level from that blood sample, unless I'm misunderstanding.
You
Right.
recognize that, sir?
What
Yes.
does Karen Reed's blood have anything to do with May
So
of
this is
2022?
the serum conversion report that I made, with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
And what, if any, backlogs 4 months or more, can you say, have you had blood samples turned into you?
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to
What do you mean specifically?
Let me that was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of
Shocker.
forensic science? Can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And forensic toxicology.
Pay attention, folks. This is going to be on the test.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience? What is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
This guy's a big
Now,
hit
as
at the
far
strip
as
clubs
the
with this
milligrams
info.
per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital. Yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining, just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
And as far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they were based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, do they come from sort of different population bases? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records of what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has two carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see, or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
What about an inability to judge a case?
Experience of work in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation.
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which they alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom, as time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb, and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
Right. Like maybe 4 months, microdots.
So there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is that?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness, Sham?
Yes.
For those of you who are lost here, this guy's basically
So again, presenting you with the
there to
document.
justify why they can assess that Karen Reed was drunk 4 months after the fucking fact.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, As far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so
Bullshit.
you extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m. Correct.
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what if any difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What if any impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what of each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we applied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
So you took a guess based on books you read in school? Awesome.
What, if any, calculation, what, if any, result did you come from with your calculations as it pertains to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was
Call it a
calculated
guess,
would have
that's
been
what
a
it is.
0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially reporting in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what, if any, result did you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
Get the
So
fuck out of my
range,
face with that
you
shit.
received is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations. They're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using 2 different elimination rates, that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially, from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Sweet. Guys, we're celebrating New Year's together, but I'm drinking tomorrow.
have one moment, Sham?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
I have no further questions. This went fucking nowhere.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Or
sure.
And
Guesses.
that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges that the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it go ahead. You can answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, there's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood. You're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test. And then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just rerun the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do 2 tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You agree
Yes.
with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, you discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult. Yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that. So, yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall within either range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good. Your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, yeah, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And
I mean,
you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
right. That's a hell of a variance.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child is going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
I see why that was
It's a
sustained.
very large number. You'd agree with that.
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
Due to the fact that
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
right.
Yes.
Thank you. So basically, you're just
Now,
guessing.
you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So,
Hey, Mr. Lally.
did Karen go home and drink? Did she have a drink when she went home? Did she have 2 drinks when she went home?
So in this
Did she have a
instance, Mr.
fucking
Roberts, you're
sip
dealing with
when she
the
went
time
home?
of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame, depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink. If there was another drink in between there, it just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus?
Don't get snippy with your own witness.
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially, that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Nothing.
Okay. You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And
Yes.
to be clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
So basically, what Eliza Little just did
Okay, your
there.
next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotta to the stand.
Damn, I thought I was going to say Proctor. I don't know who Trotta is. Basically, what Eliza Little just did there was say, jury, once I bring up Michael Proctor up here, or any of these investigators that were tasked with the responsibility of thoroughly investigating this murder, this guy's entire testimony is going to mean dick. Absolutely nothing. It's going to mean nothing. This guy just sat up there and everyone wasted his time and wasted your time.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since '82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, I'd like to turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that
Damn,
trooper,
I
is
thought he
that
was gonna
someone
say
that you knew
Bukkake.
or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that day, did you know a John O'Keefe or a Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure, and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks.
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows. So there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range in size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, a F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
The large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
And as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
They are pickup trucks, usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Just look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 109. Thank you.
Charlotte, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes,
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W and S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
And sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much would it be taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
If I may have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Trotter. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It was fairly big news at the
Yes.
time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone.
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him that's who BL was, but I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you ask me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak
Proctor
with
Trooper.
Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would
Okay.
say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree
I like
with
this
me
guy, man. He
that
seems
And
nice.
you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes.
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
That's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not,
Sir, that means you
Oh.
don't answer that question. I think he's going to ask one that's an appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
all right.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
No,
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
no,
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
no,
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
He was about to
Bill
say no.
Walsh is the operations manager for
Is he the highway department supervisor?
yes,
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back in on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when
No,
you first
Dan
spoke
B.
with
This is
Trooper
the
Proctor?
guy he works for.
again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
I don't know
Yes.
if he's deliberately lying. I'm not there yet.
One of them in particular have a nickname?
If they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian
well
Laughlin
okay?
does?
It would be here.
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of
Yes.
2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lowry.
Let me just have a moment. please.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this guy is just he's just part of the prosecution playing defense against the
The
defense.
witness or the sidebar?
The witness.
Yes.
Sorry. Do you have reading glasses as well? Or
Well, I have, yes, but
you're able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
yes,
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir, and I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
Yeah, I mean, if he is part of the good old boys, it's because he's scared. He's got nothing to gain, except he's intimidated, if anything. But I don't think he's a bad, shady guy. At least I'm not getting that impression yet. Some of you guys might know more than I
It
do.
appears
I don't
to
know.
be.
I'm just saying
Does it appear to be
my
identical?
impression so far.
yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Yeah, see,
May I just retrieve the exhibit?
if he was lying,
All right, Mr. Charlie.
Yannetti would have tore him apart.
Thank you very much.
All right.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
And
Yes, Your
plus,
Honor.
the
Hey, next
jury
witness, please.
probably
Your Honor,
likes him the
call
same way I
Mr.
do.
Louis Jutras to the stand.
So Yannetti's not going to want to fuck with that. Like, if the jury likes him, Yannetti's not going to want to come off like he's bullying him. So even if he is lying, it's unconsequential or inconsequential, however you say the word.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the seat.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoke?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I'm the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The what?
how long
What
have you
was-
been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
Okay.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of informational services?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to
Oh, the Commonwealth
department,
totally
how many
fucked with this guy.
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
so you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well.
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher.
This is about
that
the
there was
library
a motor
footage.
vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
Library
So
footage.
You received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police would be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes. Trooper Dunn had reached out. We had a phone conversation. We had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequiside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
Boom.
So as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description, or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequiside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
Oakley dokley, neighbor.
Coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on either this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequiside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farms?
Yep, Pequiside, P-E.
Oakley dokley, Bev.
I-T-S-I-D-E.
Thank you.
Sir, is it, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequiside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the That was the initial request was in regard to Pequot side, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep. So they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, indoor, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
Hadley,
As far as
hodley.
The town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within the 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process of how you got that video and how you delivered that to the troopers?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a compilation of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Are they motion triggered?
Now, as far as
I'm going to
this
say no.
particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras.
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Interesting.
Now, sir, before
Not a good moment for applause there, bro.
footage specifically, I just want to ask about another area. In relation to also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information.
His smug
after
face
the
makes me
snowstorm
think
that it
he's telling the
wasn't working
truth.
during the snowstorm. Is that correct?
Correct.
If he was lying, he'd be scared because he'd be scared of Proctor. He'd be scared of the Alberts.
GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video time frame that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a look on his face of, if anything was missing from that video, it wasn't me.
As far as that video,
I was asked for the video. I gave them the video. That's the extent of my involvement. That's the vibe I'm
This
getting.
disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No. I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
You dumb fuck.
Okay.
Lolly, you dumb fuck. Boom. What did I tell you? This is not what I gave the trooper. That means that the disc itself that the Commonwealth is using, that the prosecution is using right here, is not the footage. It is, well, it may not be the footage, but it's not the disc that he gave the trooper. He was asked for a disc. Why is there a different disc? That is the question everyone needs to be asking right now. If there is missing library footage, it wasn't that guy. It was someone within the Massachusetts State Police. And you guys thought we weren't going to have any gotcha moments. I'm telling you, this guy's not hiding shit. He's totally coming off. There it is, microdots. I'm telling you, this guy's straight up coming off like, yeah, I did my job. I got no reason to fucking hide shit. That's the smugness on his face. He's sitting up there confident as fuck. I know what my job is, motherfucker. I know what I'm supposed to do, motherfucker. And there's 2 minutes missing from this footage. There's 2 minutes missing from this footage. And he's like, this is not the disc that I gave those troopers. Why is the Commonwealth presenting a different disc than that man handed over? That is called chain of custody.
Hand that to Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
So watch, there's going to be 2 minutes missing from this footage that he's going to go over right here.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish
Done.
portions from those.
Hold on. Yeah, Ron. Yes, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it to the correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir.
So far.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Kent?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longer street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of the town hall.
Yes, sir.
The time up there says 7:31 a.m.
Take that down and then just put up the flag to 6.
Or wait, no. No, I'm sorry.
On the screen, do you recognize that?
5
Yes.
a.m.
This is essentially the video that you provided.
Before it was 12 a.m.
The Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Later on that day, January 20th.
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
I was 12 a.m. before, now it's the 5 to 6 a.m. supposedly.
I may have one moment, John.
Yes.
These sloppy motherfuckers didn't even get the same brand disc.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, John.
What?
Okay.
Oh, Yannetti's gonna destroy this shit.
Good afternoon, attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't
I
do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6.
Correct. I did not.
I love this
and
guy so far.
At the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No, because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
It is motion activated. Okay.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30. Yes.
Right. Now, on as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
Yelling, buddy.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep your, if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you just repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically a
Oh, okay.
conversation.
So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, the footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
If it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they
I don't
mentioned
think
state
this guy's
police, you
lying.
assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Hey, you follow up?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are all set.
Yeah, I have no reason to think this guy's lying at all.
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach just on?
All right, so checklist real quick, guys. Lolly hands him over a disc. This guy makes it a point to say, this is not the disc that I gave the police. The police asked me for the Massachusetts State Police asked me for a disc. I gave him a disc. This is not it. Okay? Now, they didn't go over the entire footage. Lolly made it a point not to go over the entire footage, even though it's common knowledge in the public already that there's controversy over footage pieces of that footage missing, at least 2 minutes missing. He also states that it's motion activated. Now, he's also saying that once I handed it over, I don't fucking know what the fuck they did with it. That's beyond me, dude. They asked me for the disc. I gave them the disc. That disc is not the one I gave to him. And here he's saying also that, you know, they didn't tell me that it was about John O'Keefe's death. They said that it involved an accident. Beyond that, I don't recall. I'm weird about people saying I don't recall based on everything that we've been hearing so far.
I'm weird about that, but that does not mean that I think he's lying. He was very, very direct with every single thing that he said. He was very, very clear and very quick to say yes or no, correct or incorrect. Right, exactly, Microdots. Why would Lolly have a disc he burned in an evidence?
You are unmuted. In fairness, I didn't.
That's in
tell
an
the
evidence
lawyers
bag.
that I was
That's what's
hoping to go
checked
until
into
4:30
evidence.
today, and I
The
understand. that
original,
sometimes
there's
that
no
happens
reason
for
why the original disc
law
shouldn't
enforcement
be.
purposes, they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to
Okay.
go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you.
Why Tuesday no
We
session?
will get as much done as we possibly can during that period. Okay, so those same cautions.
That's so annoying.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All rise for the court, please.
Monday's a full day. Tuesday, no day, nothing, no court. Wednesday, full day. Then Thursday's a half day, which I expected. Everything it makes sense as far as what I expected, but then except for Tuesday. Why there's no court fucking Tuesday after this whole goddamn week is canceled? It makes no sense to me, but whatever. I don't know what the fuck Bev's doing.
All right, and for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
Okay, so what Microdots is saying is that there was a link originally. So this guy shared the link with the prosecution originally, but then when the defense requested it, this guy gave over a disc. This guy saying that the disc that he gave over is not that disc. Let me see. I want to see something real quick here. I want to see if I can overhear what's going on here between Yannetti and Karen. Yeah, I have no idea what's being said there, but
All right, and for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
let me see something. All right, so they're still muted, but I want to see if there's. She said, "I want to see you over here for scheduling." So I want to see what's being said here for scheduling. Yannetti is still at sidebar over here with Bev, along with Eliza Little. So I'm curious as to what's going on here.
So we're just going to wait for a second to see if there's an update since what she said as far as scheduling goes, but I doubt it. I just want to make sure. That's all. I just want to be thorough. I'm sure Turtle Boy had already left the courtroom. I'm sure he's already outside. Yeah, maybe that's what it is, Benjamin John. That makes a lot of sense. So you're most likely right. I would bet that you're correct on that. No, that's inaccurate, DZ. Turtle Boy was there. He was in court. Yeah, Benjamin John is most likely correct. I just want to make sure. That's all. Yeah. And that's also I'm glad you brought that up, Benjamin John, because Proctor being on the defense's witness list is very telling, extremely telling that the lead investigator in John O'Keefe's murder, who was in charge of collecting the evidence, preserving the evidence, putting together a case for the prosecution in this trial, is not a witness for the prosecution. He's a witness for the defense. What does that say? Like you have to be a fucking dolt to not see how shady that is. And it's not shady on the defense's part. The defense is basically saying, as was said prior, as was said in preliminary hearings, the prosecution, Judge Bev was like, what if the prosecution doesn't call Proctor to the stand? And Eliza Little said, well, we'll fucking call him. We're going to call him. We want the jury to hear. We got questions for Proctor, and we want the jury to hear those questions. I mean, I have never heard of okay, that's it for that. I have never heard of the lead investigator in a murder case where where the suspect is on trial and that lead investigator isn't called to the stand by the prosecution as one of its star witnesses in the first fucking week of the trial. Within the first week, maybe the second week, depending on how long the testimonies go in the first week. Never even heard of that. And so now, you have these idiots out there that are just like, nothing suspicious about that. I mean, no. First of all, Michael Proctor is under internal affairs investigation by the Massachusetts State Police, by his own department. Michael Proctor is under internal affairs investigation. Second, he's not even a witness for the prosecution. Why in the fuck would the lead investigator in this case, in this very case, not be a star witness for the prosecution?
It makes absolutely no sense. Much less not even have the intention of calling him to the stand to the point to where the defense has to call him to the stand. This is wild. This is the wildest shit I've ever seen. Hold on. Let me give me 1 second here, guys. Let's get Tom CPU here. And make sure to sub up to Tom CPU, guys. Tom CPU gets all that footage outside. I gotta get Tom a special mic for his phone. Or he's just got to stop using StreamYard. Because I think StreamYard affects sound like this. StreamYard has massive sound issues. And they've never done anything to correct it. It's as long as I can remember. StreamYard has had these problems.
We'll begin the hearing with opening statement. Chair recognizes himself. Government's not supposed to change.
Right. It is a StreamYard issue. It's absolutely a StreamYard issue. Trevor Maverick, thank you so much. I can easily see Proctor going in self-preservation mode and say, forget this case, I'm pleading the fifth. I can see that too. I can absolutely see that.
No, I'm not saying that to him. I don't talk to them. If you've noticed, I don't talk to Karen. I don't talk to Jackson or Yannetti or Little. I don't talk to any of them. That's not my deal here. I just record. I'm not pushing the issue. I'd love to. Trust me. I'd love to say that to him, boy, but I'd love to say that to him.
I'm on Tom CPU.
Happens is all these guys here. They surround him. I'll try and throw this in if I can get a good shot. Problem is, I got Karen here. I'm trying to get her first. But they usually say stuff to the reporters.
I think what he means, Benjamin John, specifically, is that he doesn't ask them questions. I mean, I have heard Tom say, "Hey, how do you feel today?"
Hope everyone's
but
subscribing to the Glare.
Beyond that,
Give
I've
him a
never
thumbs
heard him
up.
do that.
Subscribe to that channel.
I've never heard him do anything beyond that, really.
That's a lot of fun. His channel is a lot of fun.
Thanks, Tom. So's yours, buddy.
Yep. And please hit the thumbs up and subscribe.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's addressing that, but he's probably referring to other shit that I don't even want to talk about. I addressed it this morning when I started this stream, and I really don't want to address it anymore. I don't want to be in the middle of any of that shit. All right, I'll stay on for Howie, as we always do. I'll stay on for Howie. Oh, K-Mac. Well, I'll tell you as soon as, let's see if we pick up any sound here.
said I'm very sorry that you made it today. And I meant it. I mean that I thought uh, it was desperate and inappropriate for the DA's office to call children to try to prove a non-existent motive that they failed to prove through their adult witnesses. And I felt badly for them. They should not have been here.
But they're saying that there was motive and there was a lot of fighting and it
They're
got
not saying
worse.
there was.
It got
Are
worse,
you married? Are you married?
Get him, Yannetti.
My wife and I do.
But you know, keep asking her to move out. No, that's what the children said. He asked her to leave the house. Listen, these children so the children aren't telling the truth. I'm not going to comment. This way.
Karen's like, I'll leave the reporters with Yannetti there. I'm out.
Good. How are you? Off the walk. Thank you. Thanks, great.
Get some rest, ladies. Get some rest. Bye, ladies.
Yeah, see, that's
Hey, Mom, who said hello?
in essence the majority of what I hear Tom ever say to Karen or any of her attorneys.
Sorry, guys.
Way to go, Solo.
See you, Tom.
Careful. They're running around with all these news cameras. They want to bang you. You guys have a good week and get some rest, okay? Get some rest, guys.
Dude, Yannetti totally validated everything I fucking said. I love when lawyers validate my shit. I love it. Yannetti said almost verbatim what I said. That they were trying to establish motive with these kids.
Of course,
and they
I love
failed,
these
and it was
rides
a
home.
desperate attempt to
You know?
establish motive.
Oh, here you go, my friend. You
Using
know you're
kids
that
to
big
do it,
guy.
and it was disgusting.
Here we are again. That's some guy was asking stupid questions like Grant.
Again?
Yeah, he's a reporter. Oh, sorry about that, bud. Yeah. Hey, bud, you have a good night. I'll talk to you. Thanks for taking care of my bud. Thank you.
All right, Tom.
Another day.
Thank you so much.
Another
buddy.
day. What did we learn today?
Friday?
All right, let me get out of there. Appreciate Tom as always, man, for catching all that footage outside. It's fantastic. Thank you, Tom. Now, you heard Yannetti. First thing the reporters asked was, what do you think about the children testifying today, or something to that effect? Yannetti was like, it was disgusting, because it absolutely was. And it was a desperate attempt to use these children to establish motive that he failed to do, that Lolly failed to do. Period. Using kids is disgusting. And I guarantee you the jury feels the same way. I guarantee that the jury feels the same way. This was a stupid move on Lolly, besides the fact that it was disgusting, besides the fact that it was immoral. It was stupid. It was a bad move. So, I mean, but I'm interested in this. I'm surprised they didn't spend more time on this. Now, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But when this IT guy, the Ned Flanders dude, who was there to testify about the library footage, there's this controversial issue about 2 minutes allegedly missing from that footage. This guy basically sat on that stand and had every intention of keeping his hands clean of that shit. And I have no reason to think he was lying.
And again, he worked as a witness for the defense, not the prosecution, even though the prosecution called him up. But the second that he does this, he says, "This isn't the disc that I gave them." So here, the prosecution pulls out a disc from evidence, from logged in evidence, saying, and this guy's like, "That's not the disc." He wasn't asked. He made it clear. "That's not the disc that I gave them." This guy knows, and he's not about to be used as a fucking pawn. He's not about to be used as a patsy in all of this shit. So the way he looks at it is, I have a job. I do my job. I was asked to cooperate with law enforcement. I cooperated with law enforcement. I did my duties as a city employee, and I did my civic duty by cooperating with law enforcement. Period. Point blank. Done. That's it. And he was 100% confident the entire time he was up there. He answered straight yes and no. He was asked yes or no questions. He answered them straight. He was totally cooperative. And a lot of the other stuff, I mean, the other stuff is just fucking ridiculous. This is the stuff that seemed really boring, which it was. I get that it was boring, but it was necessary. That's the kind of stuff that's going to be necessary. This is the case that they're trying to use against Karen Reed, but all it does is prove chain of custody and the issues that are happening, right? And the issues that where the prosecution is lacking. So what's happening there, and the reason why cross-examinations on these things were pretty short and to the point, was because the defense is going to prove that the investigators tasked with the responsibility of collecting and handling and logging in evidence in this case dropped the ball consistently, like more so than not. The lead investigators did not do their jobs. In fact, did counterproductive things to their jobs. One might even say misconduct. So that's stuff that's going to be asked of Proctor when he takes the stand. That's stuff that's going to happen when he talks to the people who handed those witnesses over the evidence. The witness, like the guy who handled the blood. The guy who handled the blood. Karen's and tested Karen's blood alcohol level. That dude specifically, he was handed blood to test in May of 2022. 4 months after the fact. 4 months after the incident. I mean, that's the stuff that's going to matter. That's the stuff that's going to matter. That guy just did his job. That guy just did what he was tasked to do. You give me blood, I'm going to test it. You know? It's the same thing at the beginning of this trial. The person who tested for DNA. The DNA that was supposedly on John O'Keefe's shirt. That person was not given John O'Keefe's shirt. That person was given a fucking Q-tip. That person was given a Q-tip. That DNA specialist was given a Q-tip to test. That Q-tip could have swabbed fucking anything. There's no way for that person to know what was on that Q-tip. They were just tasked to test it, and that's it. So all of this stuff is going to lead back to the investigators. All of this stuff is going to go towards chain of custody. And this stuff is very, very, very important. So, I mean, this case is like this idiot that we were listening to earlier when the children were testifying and we had to kind of fill time, that person saying that you must be stupid to think that there isn't all of this evidence against Karen Reed. There's not. There is no evidence against Karen Reed. There's no physical evidence against Karen Reed that has been presented to this jury yet. And there's not even circumstantial evidence that has been presented to this jury. There's not even circumstantial evidence. The prosecution has yet to present a case against Karen Reed. This is the biggest sham ever. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this is even fucking real life. I mean, this is just fucking crazy, man. This is just fucking crazy. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna stay up here through the Turtle Boy being on Howie Carr. I love Turtle Boy's banter with Howie Carr. We all do. So we're gonna listen to that. Stop wasting state money and fix the pothole. I agree. I mean, I don't know how bad the pothole problem is there, but I mean, even if there's like a minimal issue of potholes there, it's got to be money well spent in comparison to what we're watching here. I mean, yeah, and I saw Runkle of the Baileys live. I like Runkle, man. So like anybody like talking shit about Runkle, man, like I understand something, man. This is not a competition, dude. Like there are a lot of great channels that are covering this. Runkle of the Bailey's an attorney. So his insight's going to be very, very useful. Any of these attorneys who are covering this case, man, you know, you would do well to hear them out. I'm not saying to listen to them instead of listening to me. You could catch a replay with them, or you could catch a replay with me. You know, I mean, this is, for me, this is about getting to the truth, folks. And if there are credible people with credible backgrounds who can provide useful insight to this case, yes, absolutely. I encourage you to listen to them. I encourage you to watch them. For me, this is about getting to the case. Do I appreciate the views? Absolutely. I am so grateful for the views. Do I enjoy interacting with you guys? Absolutely. I love interacting with you guys. Am I appreciative and grateful for the support? Like Dan B here, thank you so much. Am I appreciative and grateful for the, you know, for the monetary support? Absolutely. But again, you know, this is not a competition, man. Like to me, this is, I feel so good in my soul about doing this that everything else is just a bonus. You know, it's just a bonus for me. You know what I mean? So the fact that you guys are you know, want to show support, all I got is gratitude, man. I don't feel entitled to it in any way, shape, or form. I don't feel gypped if you're giving financial support to somebody else, or you're giving views to somebody else, or, you know, I'm just grateful that you guys are here, seriously. And that goes for everybody. You know, if there's some sort of discourse going on between people within this very community where we all are of the same opinions, I don't want to be caught in the middle of that. I support everybody until I have reason not to, but I support everybody. And that's it, man. That's where I'm at on this, you know. I'm grateful to to everyone. I'm grateful for all the information that has been shared, that has been sought after and shared. I'm, if you're contributing to getting to the truth, and you're contributing to educating people on what's going on, as far as the support goes for Karen Reed, if you're contributing to raising money for Karen Reed's defense fund, because it's got to be expensive and she's clearly innocent. I'm grateful to you for that, man. Everybody who's doing their part, I am grateful, and I am mostly grateful just to be considered an asset and being a part of it. So, that's where I'm at on that. Yeah, let me get to Howie real quick. Okay.
Air with two devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors.
All right, we're just waiting on once Howie puts on those cans, as they call it. Caroline Forth, member for 5 months. Thanks for all the glare therapy after each day, man. It's my pleasure. Thank you. And there we go. Hold on. I think we're coming back. There we go.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
844-500-4242. Today was the one day of the week when the Karen Reed murder trial goes on in Dedham, because it's the Hackorama. They had they're going to take the rest of the week off now, and they're going to have 2 days. I think 2 days off next week. Because you got to get that Cape House ready. You got to be ready for the for the partying and everything. So joining us now to talk about what happened today is Aiden Carney, Turtle Boy. And Aiden, are you now in the courtroom?
I am in the courtroom today. They ran out of witnesses who were scared of me. So
Yeah, unfortunately, now we're kind of into the dry part of the testimony, aren't we?
yeah, I mean, as exciting as that doctor was, I think he was a doctor. I didn't listen to a word he said, and I don't think any of the jurors did either, by the looks on some of their faces.
So the kids were there today, and I don't understand the relevance of these are the nephew and the niece of John O'Keefe, the Boston police officer who was found dead in the snow. They weren't at the party. They weren't at the waterfall. What did they have to add to the jurors' knowledge of the case?
Well, apparently those two kids haven't been through enough. So the Commonwealth has decided that they're going to use them as tools to smear the character of Karen Reed and present her as some sort of crazed killer because she was in a relationship in which she occasionally fought with her boyfriend. And apparently that means that when you do that, Jennifer McKay Googles how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. and John O'Keefe ends up with dog bites on his arms. I mean, that's not really explained by these kids' testimony, but they made it seem like one of the things that the kids testified to is that for 30 minutes, John went in his room and closed the door when they were in a fight, and he told her to go home, and then she didn't go home, and that was it. I mean, it's just like, this sounds like every married couple or anybody who's ever been in a relationship ever.
That's what Yannetti said to the press. Like, have you ever been? Are you married?
When did they get to the bad part where this woman's a crazed killer? Oh, they have nothing, so they're just using these kids and re-traumatizing them because they have no case, and this is the best they could come up with.
And the niece, the daughter, called Karen Reed the defendant. I thought that you tweeted about that. That's kind of strange, isn't it? I mean, this woman lived with them. This was kind of their stepmother for a while.
Yeah, and so is using words like toxicity. like that, like a child uses words like that. These kids were coached. I mean, one of the kids admitted
Really
that
coached.
she talked to Jen McCabe frequently in the last couple of weeks. Of course, none of us heard this testimony because obviously the tape stopped rolling during this, which is fine, which I get. But they also came over to the media and they misrepresented what the actual order said. And they said, you can't tweet about this. You can't have your computers open for any of this. So all these, they started handing out pens and paper to reporters. And then after it was over, everybody goes outside and starts tweeting what actually happened. They basically shut down the world from what was happening in this courtroom today because they're hiding what they're doing to these kids.
So Higgins was on before, and as bad as he was on Friday, I think he was even worse today. But Brian Higgins, the ATF agent.
Yeah, they asked him about his phone. So that's kind of how it ended. When I talked to you on Friday, there was still 30 minutes left, and we missed kind of the best part. We missed the part where they started talking about destroying his phone and the fact that he lawyered up right after I got off the phone with you. And it turns out he violated federal law by using this kiosk, I guess, to extract data from his phone so that only the messages between him and Karen Reed would be available. He just wanted those ones. And then he went and took the SIM card out and he threw it in the trash, and he threw his phone in another trash bag, and he decided to go to an Air Force base, Otis Air Force Base.
He cut through it. He cut through it, he said.
Through it. I'm looking into that to see if that's an actual cut through. I can't imagine what place he was cutting from and to in order to do that. But apparently he just cut through that, and he discards his trash with his phones and his SIM card. I mean, who does this, Howie? I don't know about you. When the state police came to my house and they searched my house, they found like 6 phones, and they made it sound like I'm like a drug dealer or something. But they're just my old phones. Like when I have a phone and it breaks every couple of years, I keep it around. I don't like take the SIM card out.
When they started talking about this, I looked to see if I still had my old phone from the last time I got a new phone. I opened one of my drawers here at the office. There it was. And the other thing too, if you're involved in any kind of businesses or anything, sooner or later you're going to get an order from the court to preserve your communications, and you're supposed to take that very seriously, unless you're a cop in Canton, apparently.
Yeah, and then just the rules don't apply to you. I mean, it's like why are these people? His excuse for getting rid of his phone and destroying it was he got a call from some guy who was working on
It was a target. It was a target. Turtle Boy got his number.
Yeah, one of the targets.
He was so scared he had to go get him another Jameson and a ginger.
Exactly. Yeah, he was so scared from getting this phone call that instead of just I don't know if he knows this, but he should probably know this since he's a federal agent. You can take your phone and just go to Verizon or whoever your provider is and say, I want a different number.
Right.
And they'll give you a different number on the same phone. They can do that. Like it's
Amazing.
not brain surgery. But this guy seems to think, well, because I got a different number, I had no choice but to take my SIM card out. I wouldn't even know how to do that. Take my SIM card out and throw in the trash and bring it to Cape Cod Military Base.
Download a burner app. Download a burner app.
Let me play this cut. This was my favorite cut of the day when everything went into the passive voice, like he's Bill Clinton talking about Monica Lewinsky. Mistakes were made. Cut 4.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir. It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand. But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor. I put it in a trash bag.
That was a lot of work to get him to admit the obvious, wasn't it?
I mean,
everything's a lot of work with these people. It's so annoying, and I hope the jury sees right through it. Based on my tells
have
the
to
jury,
see
they seem
right
like
through it.
a really smart group of people. I mean, they had their will tested today, Howie. I mean, I used to teach high school. And let me tell you, this jury is like the AP class that you wanted to get. And Adam Lally is like the mediocre teacher who doesn't deserve students this good. It was like Adam Lally talking to Adam Lally when he interviewed that doctor today. It was so boring. But to their credit, they seemed to, nobody fell asleep. Nobody was doodling or looking off to the sky. They seemed to be paying attention. It's obviously not as exciting when it's not the McAlberts, but, I think they get it. And there was two really important witnesses kind of at the end there with the town of Canton, both of whom I've kind of tracked down and interviewed. Michael Trotter, the DPW director, and Louis Jutritz, the town IT director. And the DPW guy, I hope they understood the importance of this guy's testimony, because Michael Proctor, when he interviewed this guy on February 3rd, 2022, he told them, according to Michael Proctor's report, this DPW guy says that nobody from the Canton DPW plowed Fairview Road that night. They don't plow Fairview Road. They have some other company called By the Yard, which didn't exist until 2 weeks after the FBI investigation began. They decided to incorporate, and McAlbert incorporated it. All right. But they claim that in this report that no one from the DPW plowed Fairview Road. And I knew that was garbage because I got a tip that there's a plow driver by the name of Lucky Loughran who plows Fairview Road. That's his route. So I tracked him down, and I interviewed him 18 months after Michael Trotter was interviewed. And lo and behold, he said he did plow Fairview Road, and that there was nobody on the front lawn, and that he would have seen a body that was there, and that there was a Ford Edge parked there at 3 a.m. in the morning. And since finding out this information, the state police have done nothing to track down the driver of that Ford Edge. But more importantly, you have to wonder, why did Michael Proctor lie about what Michael Trotter told him in this report? It's because he didn't want to track down Lucky Loughran, because he doesn't want to speak to the witness who says that there's no body on the lawn, but there was a Ford Edge parked there at 3 o'clock. And then he'd have to go and find the driver of the Ford Edge.
You tweeted out that this guy Michael Proctor, who's now under investigation by the by Internal Affairs at the state police, and he apparently was searching Karen Reed's phone to find some nudes, and then texting all of his high school buddies from Canton High about it. He's not going to testify. Is that what you're being told?
Oh no, he's going to testify.
This is what I'm told. It's sources from within the Reed camp today. Is that Michael Proctor? They do not anticipate him being called by the Commonwealth, which is just unheard of. I mean,
Right.
Auntie Bev suggested that this might happen in pretrial. She said, "Are they going to call him?" It's like, well, you would assume that you would call the lead investigator in a murder investigation, but apparently not. They become a liability when they are, under investigation, internal affairs investigation, and have been caught lying to grand juries and looking for nudes and all sorts of devious behavior. They decide that maybe he's not the best witness, but I don't know what the point of this is, because they can't hide him because the defense is going to call him.
Right. So the defense will have first crack at him.
Yeah,
and they'll impeach his testimony. What is he? How soon is that going to happen?
Well, at this rate, Howie, the defense might not go to the 4th of July because we got 1 day this week. We got 3 next week. So 2.5 really next week. So we're still going to be on the Commonwealth's witnesses, I'm sure, by the end of next week. And that brings us into June, whatever. And I don't know how we're going to have time to do all this, but they got a buttload of witnesses to call too.
Buttload, as in grab ass and butt dial, you mean? Listen, what about all these? Now you have Jen McCabe last week saying that all these cops that are her friends misquoted her in the police reports. Now you have Higgins today saying that the FBI misquoted him in the report.
Yes, and you also have Michael Trotta saying that Proctor misquoted him in his report. All these reports. I thought police reports were supposed to mean something. Aren't these guys taught at the academy the importance of police reports and being accurate in them? Because, a good lawyer can just tear one apart. Well, all of these, in this case, all of these police reports are just we're being told by the witnesses, no, that's just completely wrong.
Right. And also they all of these IT records, these cell phone records, they're all bogus. I mean, he doesn't remember getting a phone call from Brian, or having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 or around there, and when all the phone records indicate that he did. He doesn't. I don't recall it. He said, I believe was his phrase, right?
Yeah, police reports don't matter. Forensic data doesn't matter. Celebrate reports don't matter. The fact that no taillight was found at 6 o'clock doesn't matter. Facts don't matter. And you have to look back at today, and you're like, So what have we accomplished today? If you're the Commonwealth, what exactly did we accomplish? Well, we re-traumatized 2 kids, so that's good. We did that, and we made Karen Reed seem somewhat human and imperfect because she's in a relationship that occasionally ends in arguments, and so that's good. I mean, so I guess we're one step closer to figuring out how John got dog bites on his arms.
Yeah, we still don't know about that, where those dog bites. The doctor actually mentioned that, right? He mentioned the lacerations on the arm.
Yeah, he called them scratches. Like all of a sudden, they're no longer abrasions. He said abrasions
lacerations.
are scratches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, it looks like a dog scratch. So it's like, I don't care what you call them. You look at those things. It looks like he got clawed by a velociraptor or something.
Yeah,
like
they're not blunt force trauma.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad. One of those guys that is on with one of Sean McDonough, I think I know that cop. He works with rescue dogs, and he said that those bites that's the way it is when a dog bites down on you, and then you break away, and the dog just comes and hits you and bites you again, and that's why the lacerations run up the arm, because the dog just keeps going further up the arm, and it's I guess
Garrett Wing.
Yeah. He said it's classic stuff.
Yeah, he said his name's Garrett Wing. He was on Melanie Little's stream, and he did a great job testifying that like a trained police dog will claw into you and will not let go. An untrained dog like Chloe will try to bite you, and when you pull away, it won't have a grasp. So that would explain why you'd have those parallel little, huge gashes there.
Good Lord. So it's over. So the trial's over now until next Monday, right?
Oh, next Monday. That's it. I don't know what we're going to do for content.
This is the only place, they used to say at the State House was the only place where they said, have a nice weekend on Wednesday. Apparently the Dedham Courthouse is where they say, have a nice weekend on Tuesday.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I have court on Thursday across the street at the district court for somewhat of a related matter, so I'll be busy at least. But for the Karen Reed case, we'll have no content until next Monday, which is
why is this? Has she said why it's time off?
I'm guessing that it's just because there's so many jurors, there's 17 of them, that the odds that one of them is going to have like a personal conflict on any given day is pretty high. So it's probably, you know what I mean? Like if one of these people has, I'm sure they told them beforehand, like, I can't go on this day.
Yeah.
And it's hard to find a juror. And so they got to take what they can get. That's what I'm guessing.
All right. Turtle Boy, where can people find you if they want to check out your stuff?
tbdailynews.com or at Dr. Turtleboy on Twitter.
All right, Turtle Boy. Have a nice weekend. See you Monday.
Thanks. How are you too?
Bye-bye. Experience.
Okay. Right on. As always, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, before I jump off, guys, I just want to remind everybody on June 8th, 7 p.m., I will have Susan Constantine, body language expert, behavioral analysis expert, on the stream, but it will be through donation only. It is a fundraiser for Karen Reed's Defense Fund. Cherry's been dropping the information here. It must be a $10 donation minimum. And the instructions are, just read Cherry's comments here in the chat. And that is something put together by Nick and Jenna Rocco, who is putting this together. And I'm just a host. I'm just I'm just the mouth on all that. So, but because I don't know how to do anything except sit up here and talk out of my ass. But I am very, very grateful to them for putting that together. And I'm really, really looking forward to this happening. I'm really looking forward to speaking with Susan Constantine, because there's a lot of testimony that has taken place that I'm just like, man, I wish I had a body language expert whose brain I could pick on all of this. So my wishes come true thanks to Jenna and Nick Rocco. Yeah, so sorry, I got a little distracted there by chat. I if he has a court case on Thursday, yes, I will cover it. I always cover Turtle Boy's court cases. Happy to do so because what's happening to Turtle Boy is also a fucking sham. So, we're gonna go over everything Karen Reed related. Is what we're going to be covering on this channel. Absolutely everything that I've always covered, I'm going to continue to cover, and I'm happy to do it. Because you cannot tell the Karen Reed story without telling the Turtle Boy story. Both are connected. It is just naive to think that they're not, but they absolutely are. Let's see, Jody, thank you so much. Hold on. We got to do this one last time tonight. At least one last time tonight.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super.
Jody617, thank you so much. Thank you, Will, for your continued coverage, support. Loyalty is royalty. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to all of you guys for hanging out with me, man. I think this is the most people I've had watch me as far as this trial, even though this is the most boring of all days. I hope I made it fun for you guys. I did the best I could considering what we had to work with. So I'm really glad that you guys hung out with me today, and the rest of the week, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I'm going to be streaming. I'll try to stay steady throughout the week and stay with you guys and hang out. Yeah. So no, I'm not from Massachusetts, but yeah. So guys, I am gonna wrap this up. Thank you guys for everything. I appreciate you guys. Please, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe, and thank you guys to all the new subscribers. I've got a bunch of new subscribers, and I'm so grateful to you guys for that. I hope you enjoy the channel. I hope you're enjoying the channel. I hope you continue to enjoy the channel. As far as likes, please make sure to hit the like. I appreciate those of you who have hit the like. If you have not, please go ahead and do so on the way out. It really helps me out. And of course, for all the support, thank you guys. I also put on the top of the screen here, on the top left-hand part of the screen here, if Cash App is the easiest way for you guys to show monetary support for this channel. That makes it the easiest. You could just scan that QR code, and it should make it very, very easy for you to do so. I really, really appreciate you guys. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Zestfully clean. You're not fully clean unless you're zestfully clean. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.